You ever been to a dog show with the sole purpose of arguing with the other dudes there about how your dog is the most exotic? What do you mean, no? What's wrong with you? You off your gourd or something? This is what sane, healthy people do.
No, it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. Why? Because it's exotic. This right here, everybody has. This right here, nobody has. Exotic is something. I got the
ain't nobody got this though.
Everybody got bluffy.
Nobody got this. And exotic got the smash mug. Got the long snout.
Long snout. How you figure? That's them two fingers.
Snout.
He can breathe. Wait. You got a tail? You got a tail? You got a tail? Oh shit.
It's pure chaos here at the Westminster Dog Show. It's going nuts. There's blood and guts everywhere, and there will be no survivors. This is like a lot of hostility here at the dog presentation. It's like listening to Bills fans and Chiefs fans arguing. All this while holding dogs that they're treating like pieces of jewelry. Specifically, the dude that looks like the Rizzler was set to Wumbo and then found cocaine, the guy that's really like fucking steaming. He just keeps going on about how exotic his dog is and how no one has it, as he's like showing it off like a luxury car.
No high rear though.
This ain't high rear.
Stand them
You
up.
crazy?
Stand that dog up. Stop pulling that rear back.
Not putting no rear
Pulling
back.
that rear back.
Let's do a side shot.
Pulling that rear
Side
back.
shot. Let's do a side shot. Let's do a side shot. Let's do a side shot.
But he tries to call him out for high rear, looking to throw a flag on the play, like, nah, it's disqualification, rear too high. And then he's like, high rear, that's the most outrageous thing I've ever seen. I do say, my good chap, that is outlandish. It's this whole thing is so absurd, and I feel horrible for the dogs here. They all look like they have been bred for the sole purpose of being in these kind of shows from these fucking weirdos. So I imagine they probably have like a lot of health problems. Like, it's no secret, this kind of garbage can cause a lot of like genetic issues in them, and it's very sad. Especially the one that the protagonist here, the main character, is really liking to show off. That poor dog looks like one of the fucking guardians from Ghostbusters when the main villain shows up. In the way that they're handling the dogs, it's like they don't even view them as a living, breathing creature. They are truly just an accessory that they are trying to win a competition with, and that's all. It's so fucking weird. Now, you may have heard the guy in a coke-fueled frenzy throw down the gauntlet saying, side shot. He is now challenging his heckler here to a side profile showdown. And in the dog world, that's like saying parlay to a pirate. It must be honored. So now they're about to do a side profile 1v1 here on Rust to see whose dog is the most exotic.
Pull him to the side.
Let's go. Side shot.
Put that motherfucker to the side, bro.
Waiting for.
Let's see that shit. Fuck the judge saying you talking that shit.
I'm gonna talk
Fuck what
that
the judge
shit.
saying you talking that shit. Let's see that shit. Let's see that shit.
That shit got that chihuahua face. That shit ain't got a bully face. That shit got a chihuahua face. That's a fluffy chihuahua, nigga.
It is.
Fuck out of here.
It is.
Get talking that shit.
Get that fake. Look at that
You know what I'm
Rico.
saying?
Oh shit.
Talking that
Come on,
shit.
baby. Wrong ass bus. Get that fucking bus out of here.
This is high-level dog management right here from the owners. Did you see that technique? He turns his dog to the side and immediately hits the Ric Flair woos, woo, over and over again. Like, did you see that? What happened? This is some impressively pathetic stuff here. I don't know how these dudes go home and look themselves in the mirror without tears in their eyes, crying at the fact that they're such huge fucking losers. That is shocking to me. Even the dogs look embarrassed to be there with them.
Get that bus out of here, baby. Come on, man. Get that bus out of here.
Your dog's scared, fam. Your dog is scared.
Man, be scared.
dog is scared,
He's still more
man.
exotic than yours, though.
You wish.
He's still more exotic than
Long
yours.
hair don't
though.
make it exotic, bro. That's a
So
chow
what the
chow.
fuck? What it makes
That's
it then?
a chow chow.
What it makes it then?
That's a chow
What it makes
chow.
it then? Do you have it?
That's
No.
a hairy
Do you
mud.
have
Show
it?
the pedigree.
Do you have it?
Show the pedigree.
Ant-Man, baby.
Ain't no fucking
Ant-Man.
fluffy
Ant-Man,
bullies,
baby.
I can't believe a fight didn't break out right there between those two. The second he called for the pedigree check, oh man, I thought there was gonna be some haymakers swinging there. I thought that was about to get real pugilistic real quick.
Ant-Man all day.
Yeah, show the
Ant-Man all
pedigree,
day.
show the
I
pedigree,
can
show the bloodline.
I show
There's
the
somewhere down the line.
Ant-Man.
There's some fucking fluffy down there.
Babe, baby.
Ain't no babe.
boy.
Ain't nothing babe look like that. Nothing like babe look like that, bro. Nothing like babe look like that.
I know what I did. I know what I did.
It don't look like it.
It don't have to look like it. Don't
You know what
worry.
I'm saying?
Get ready for what's coming, though. Get ready for what's coming.
Oh, I'm
Get
ready.
Man's out here talking like he's in the NBA championship game. Get ready for what's coming. I'm dunking from the free throw line like Air Jordan. I swear to God. Brother, calm down. You're at a dog show. Get ready for what's coming. Mayan calendar predicted end of the world's 2012. Guess what? It's 2025. I'm shutting the world down with my dog right here. You're not ready for this.
They're ready. They're ready.
There won't be no long snout shit.
This ain't what snout? What snout? What snout?
That shit more Yorkie than bully.
Let's see who can run and come back without breathing.
That shit more Yorkie than
Let's see
bully.
who can run and come back.
You know what I'm saying?
Let's see who can
My
run
dog
and come
fully
back.
functional.
He's functional as fuck.
You know what I'm saying? None of
Fully
that
functional.
bullshit.
That's good, baby. Get that clout off of Bluffy. Get that clout off of the Bluffy, my God.
I don't need clout.
Sure.
I don't need clout. Real bulls back in style. And that ain't no fucking bull.
Yeah.
That ain't no fucking bull.
Yeah, hell yeah, it ain't no bull, baby.
Fuck out of here. That shit mutt.
These owners are getting so feral there for a second. I thought they were about to start eating their dogs there for a moment. Just like actually like, oh yeah, not functional. Well, he can run there and back. And he also tastes great. And then just takes like a bite out of him or something. Shit was going like actually Insano style. This guy's now bubbling over with rage. That ain't no fucking bull! And the other guy's like trying to get on his ass for clout chasing off of his, I think he calls it a bluffy, is what he was saying. I don't really know. But man, they are like actually foaming at the mouth here.
Hell yeah. Let it be a month. Let it be a month. This is a new month. This is the new wave. Look at that front. Come on, baby. Look at that front. I see cameras on this. What about that? Fuck out of here. Get that shit off the table. Fuck out of here.
They looking at that shit because they don't know what the fuck it is. That's why.
They're looking at it like,
That's why. They don't know what it is, bro.
This is the
They
new
don't
wave.
know what it is.
Trust me.
They don't know what it is.
Trust me when I tell you. The new wave.
There's just no way it can be this serious. Like, what's on the line? What do you win? A year-long subscription to Chewy or something? Like, I cannot imagine it's worth all of this fuss. These two goofballs are about to blow a gasket. They're arguing like it's an Xbox Live lobby. All over this weird dog show that they're at. Also, apparently this isn't that unusual. 4 years ago, there was an actual brawl at one of these kind of things. This was at something called a bully takeover, which I think is probably like the same competition that we're watching this argument at, since the whole thing they were talking about was like bullies and shit there too. So like, it feels as though like this is less of a dog competition and more of like a place where you can bring your dogs and eat some knuckle sandwiches. It's just such an unlikely event to imagine such a heated argument to arise at, or a violent brawl. And it is a violent brawl. Like, it's like a hockey fight. I can't show you any clips because I think the video would probably get taken down or flagged by YouTube. But like, it's an actual like hockey fight where one guy's grabbing the other guy and they're just fucking exchanging blows. And apparently it was a full brawl. It wasn't just those two, but in that video right there, they were like kind of the centerpiece to all of it. So it's just so weird that these dog shows apparently are so incredibly hostile. Like, maybe all the guys who show up are the ones that are actually neutered, not the dogs, so they just go there with a chip on their shoulder or something. I have no fucking clue. But it is wacky to watch. Anyway, I saw this today and I just had to yap about it a little bit. I don't know what animal there won the competition, but really, there are no winners there. And again, I feel so fucking terrible for those dogs. Not only are the owners just loose cannon, unhinged lunatics, but the way that they have been bred, I think no doubt has led to them having health issues, most likely. And that's just super sad. Anyway, that's about it. Yep.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing Extreme Drive. Let's do this shit. Alright, we have a truck. A Lamborghini, a married woman's Batmobile. That's it. I have 3 cars to choose from, only one of which is actually useful for racing. I'll just start with the truck. It fucking doesn't matter. Alright, here we go. Do they expect me to just sit here and make balloon animals while this loads? This is an absurd load time. Oh, there we go, finally. Now this is some fucking nonsense. The competition's already got the pedal to the metal. They probably already ran a lap around the world. It's alright though, I've got this under control. I'll take them on a tour of asshole. Speaking of asshole, take this, bitch! There you go. Nice little appetizer before the main course of anus is put onto your plate. Oh, do not think you can escape me, Lamborghini. Take this, you mobile lemon! Fucking steamrolled into the wall. I was a bulldozer running over a stuffed animal. Oh shit, solar flare! Get to cover. Oh, Big Boy thinks he's got some fast wheels. Oh shit. They're using the Hot Wheels toy as a landmine. That is some foul play. But it doesn't matter, they can cheat all they want. I will still... You sack of shit. I'm going into the rainforest for a sneak attack. I am the camouflaged speedster. Son of a bitch. I've got more speed than light. Fucking, yeah. And more balance than a diet. Bam! Take that, you Tonka toy. I can't get off the car! How the fuck did this happen? Oh, thank you. Are you shitting serious? This snowball on wheels has been planning this since the start. It put magnets on the bottom of itself. That's a premeditated crime. It deserves to have its wheels ripped off and shoved up its exhaust pipe. What the fuck is causing the cars to turn? I guess physics went ahead and popped its titties like a bag of potato chips. We're approaching 360 degrees rotation. This is a very shitty merry-go-round. You fucking cheaters. This is really just something I can't even fathom. They have no honor. They should be crestfallen by their actions. Oh, now they're activating cloaking. Didn't even help them. Goodness gracious, the environment's phasing in and out of reality and I'm just passing everybody. Jump in Jupiter, I'm on my side. Land it, wall it, there it is. Oh fuck. Strong gust of wind. It's alright. Oh shit, cheap shot. Someone has opened the floodgates of bullshit. There's only one way to fight bullshit, and it's with speed. Where the fuck is this light emanating from? Is the ancient Egyptian god Re shining a flashlight at me? This is a giant sparkler. It's just fucking... It's like a baseball stadium here. Here we go. I'm gonna win this race. Oh shit, this car's fast. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck? Their cars were like twice the size of mine. I'm in a damn remote control car. It also doesn't have any floor panel. I can see right through it. Oh shit, I shouldn't have been looking at the floor thing. Ran right into the wall. Alright, here we go. It's got a lot of speed. Damn it. I don't know if I just can't use this car or if it's just a shitty car. Fuck. That is simply stunning. It is snowing everywhere but on this racetrack. I guess the walls keep the weather out. Stay on the ground, you son of a bitch. This isn't even a car. It's a paper airplane. It's bullshit. Is that car driving in reverse? Oh, fuck it, I guess now I'll never know. My vehicle's too busy acting like it's a tornado. Okay, I guess I'm just driving on an ice rink. That Lamborghini's definitely going in reverse. The clone of my car, my twin brother, is going in reverse. I may as well follow his lead. I haven't spiraled into outer space yet, so that's good. What kind of tires does my automobile have? Jetpack stone tires? Oh, I lost the race. Well, that was a real photo finish. I'm surprised by the outcome. I am going to win a race, though. And I'm going to win a race using Bilbo Baggins' motorhome. I am going to win using this fucking vehicle. Your ass cheeks smell like asshole. Aw, fucking son of a bitch. It's time to use the glue tires. We did not stick to the ground. These tires are still wiener. Goodness gracious. Consider these trousers ruined. Didn't you order some dessert? Yeah. Don't forget to take more dessert. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, that's what you get. You forgot to tip your waitress. Don't worry because I tipped you, bitch. Oh fuck. He brought back up. I've got you. Yes. There it is. Oh shit. It's trying to squash me. You know, it really is sunny. I'm glad I brought my hat. This car's got some really good balance. I'm still on the ground. It's stabilizing the son of a bitch. Well, I kept my car on the ground for about 2 seconds, which is a lot longer than it's used to being on the ground, so that's really good. Awesome. If I can't win this race, no one can. How do you fuck those apples? Oh, damn it. It was a decoy. It's impossible to win a race using this vehicle. Alright, I'm done playing this. Well, that's the end of this video. Remember to rate the video, comment the video, and subscribe if you want to see videos similar to this one. See ya.
Have you ever wanted to be sued? Perhaps. Have you ever wanted to be sued by multiple entities at the same time, filling every orifice with a lawsuit? I would imagine no. That's an awfully hot copied spot. We're talking about Pikmin copying the homework of multiple big titles to like an almost comical degree. Like this would be something that I feel like would be almost satirical from like a game development student in college making this as like a, I don't know, project piece for class, never actually anticipating selling it or anything because they know that they would get fucking biblically smacked down by the companies that they are heavily borrowing from. And borrowing is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. That is loosey-goosey because it is almost one-to-one carbon copy a clone. That's right, I'm talking about Pikmin. Pikmin is a game that came out of nowhere with a trailer that kind of got a lot of eyebrows raised because it is strikingly similar to Pow World, Pokemon, Zelda, and even a sprinkle, a hint of Overwatch. So Pikmin is being developed by a studio named Pocket Pear, who has a remarkable track record of their first game. Now, the name Pocket Pear might have, made you feel like you'd heard it before, and it's because you're probably getting it confused with the developer of Pow World. Their name is Pocket Game. It seems Pocket Pear was very inspired not only by Pow World itself, but even the studio's name. They wanted to take inspiration from almost one-to-one. Not only studio name, they also really liked the description that Pow World uses on their Steam page because they lifted that bitch almost one-to-one as well. Dive into a vast, uncharted continent filled with ancient civilizations and mysterious creatures called Pikmin. In this multiplayer open-world survival crafter, you'll team up with your Pikmin to fight, farm, and build industrial empires while thwarting a shadowy organization's plot. Now let's take a peek at what Pow World describes its game as. Fight, farm, build, and work alongside mysterious creatures called pals in this completely new multiplayer open-world survival and crafting game. That's pretty close. To me, it sounds like Pikmin, the developers, said, "Hey, Grok, can you take this description and add a few more words to it, maybe a little buzzwords about fight, farm, and fuck your way to the top or something with our Pikmin?" It's, pretty close. The DNA is still very much intact. Now, Pikmin is being published by a company called Network Go, whose name, to me, already feels fishy. That sounds like the name of the Wi-Fi at my local coffee shop. Like, everything about Pikmin is just so peculiar. And it's apparently a very real game that they're looking to release. And when you watch this trailer, we watched it on stream, when you look at this, you will immediately see that this isn't some kind of Pow World situation where it's very clearly existing in a very similar genre with similar designs to Pokemon, but completely changing the formula to something unique for its own identity. It is actually taking one-to-one elements from these games and then just fucking fisting it into this trailer here haphazardly. It is actually like borderline plagiarizing these properties. It's pretty ridiculous. Have you seen the game Pikmin that's copying Pokemon, Pow World, Breath of the Wild, and somehow Overwatch? I haven't watched the trailer, but I heard about it from a buddy of mine. Let me check it out. Am I on 2x speed? No, that just seemed like it was fucking schmoovin'. Pikmin! I feel like Nintendo's gonna send me a cease and desist just watching this trailer. That's pretty shameless. That is pretty shameless character design there. Who's making this? What studio's making this? Pocket Game. Let's see. They don't even have a website. This is literally just a random Steam dev. This is all they have. A studio with no fear, that's who. True! That's actually just Lucario, isn't it? Am I on the crack pipe? It's just Lucario wearing some work gloves. No, that's clearly not Pikachu. That didn't look like Pikachu at all. He had like a mullet. Wow. Yeah, they really stole directly from Pal World and Pokemon. Huh. That is shameless. And that's just Roadhog. That is just source filmmaker Roadhog. Wow. Wow. I guess the strategy is get sued for marketing, maybe? Is the idea? Oh, didn't mean to click that. There's apparently an after credits scene here. It's probably gonna be Luigi or something. Steal from literally everything. Bro, that's literally Pikachu. I mean, yeah, they did just direct rip many things. Pretty interesting. It feels like a stupid idea. Because, like, Pal World, while it's clearly Pokemon inspired, it's totally different, night and day, to a Pokemon game. This is literally using Pokemon models and direct ripping Pal World game. Like, there's no argument. I still can't get over just how egregious it is. They didn't even bother trying to hide it at all. They literally have Roadhog. They have Roadhog. I wouldn't be surprised if they just took the assets from these games and just said, alright, now they're in Pikmin. Now it's not Roadhog, it's Pickhog. Or it'd be Hogmon or something. It's out of control. And the Pikachu, that one, that is a giggle-worthy moment because it is actually Pikachu, but then they just put on, like, a faux hawk or something and said, no, that can't be Pikachu. Pikachu doesn't have a faux hawk, don't be ridiculous. That's clearly something very different. It's a Pikmin, not a Pokemon. I am so interested to see how this unfolds because it is taking a lot from quite a few huge games without even really attempting to pretend that it's unique to Pikmin. I have to imagine that there will be like cease and desist letters hitting their doorstep pretty quickly. I would wager a guess. Based on the trailer here. Now maybe this is all placeholder stuff and they plan on overhauling the designs by launch. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the strategy is. It is mind-boggling. I had to yap about it a little bit. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Goodness gracious, this whole fake Jim Carrey body double replacement thing is really gone kinda bonkers, huh? So, Jim Carrey recently accepted an award, a very big, prestigious award in France, and while giving an interview, people were quick to notice that his appearance looked very different, specifically his face just seemed very off compared to how it had always looked. And instead of going with the obvious sane explanation of bad Botox and cosmetic work and plastic surgery, like everyone in Hollywood seems to do, and there are some botched surgeries that celebrities get that make them look like fucking facial animations from 007 GoldenEye on the N64. Instead of using, like, the logical explanation, people ran with something a little more extreme, that he had been replaced. They had fucking killed him, the deep state took him out back behind the barn and put him down because he was outspoken about, like, the establishment and stuff and how, like, evil and rotten Hollywood is, and he's talked about it quite a bit. So they thought, you know, maybe they came in there and fucking Dr. Robotnik took care of him and now impersonates him here. So they went with this, like, body double theory, and then a makeup artist named Alexis Stone poured gasoline on that fire, making a bold claim that this was actually a stunt from Alexis Stone. That wasn't Jim Carrey, it was Alexis Stone in a mask. It was a big, you know, pulling the wool over everyone's eyes moment, and then even posted a picture of the mask that was supposed to be the irrefutable proof in the pudding, except this mask isn't real. It's an AI-generated image. It's fucking clearly AI. But it didn't matter. That was enough for people to start taking the victory lap. We knew it. It wasn't Jim Carrey all along. Now we can only pray that he's safe. And we can only, with our fingers crossed and a banana squeezed deep between our butt cheeks, hope that Jim Carrey hasn't had his throat slit. It's like, oh, I mean, I guess I don't know why you would be so willing to just accept what I believe is pretty obviously an AI-generated picture of the mask. And also, if this really was an Alexis Stone stunt, it would be easily provable by having footage behind the scenes or pictures behind the scenes. But instead, the only proof was 2 photos of Jim Carrey at the event and then this AI mask. And people were like, I knew it. Can't argue with the facts right there. Watertight. And then it also came out today. It's been confirmed by both Jim Carrey's rep and the organizer here, like the head of it, confirming that that was actually Jim Carrey. He was even there with, like, his daughter, his family, like, it really was Jim Carrey. So, the truth of the matter was, he just got bad plastic surgery done. He's had some bad Botox injected there, like countless other Hollywood celebrities. It's not uncommon or unusual. This shit happens all the time. I can't wrap my head around why this one was so big. I guess because it is so, like, uncanny, and Jim Carrey has been, like, outspoken about, like, Hollywood norms and stuff. I guess it is odd that he, of all people, would have work done like that, especially, like, very noticeable work. That is peculiar, but it is something that happens in Hollywood all the time. And it sucks, I mean, but it is what it is. And the links people ran with it in, like, the most wacky ways were mind-boggling. I saw a viral post about a picture of Jim Carrey from 2006 versus Jim Carrey in 2026 saying, what happened? This can't be the same guy. I was like, brother, what the fuck? Did you just blow in from Stupid Town? It's been 20 years. He's kind of old now. He's getting older. And now he's, like, getting plastic surgery done. So yeah, he looks different. But even if he didn't have any work done, he's not going to look the same as he did 20 years ago. Nobody does. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Now, all cards on the table, I do think there probably have been a few instances where a very powerful person or celebrity has been swapped out for, like, a body double, a stunt double, like, once or twice here and there, but probably not like a permanent switcheroo, but, you know, like, maybe once or twice, you know, when Howard Lutnick has been in the Oval Office giggling anytime Epstein's name has been brought up, maybe it's actually Epstein in a Howard Lutnick skin suit, like that's the disguise and why he can't stop laughing every time that gets brought up. You know, maybe that's possible. But for something like this Jim Carrey situation, I think it's just so obviously Botox, because we've seen that kind of thing before where someone gets work done and it looks like they're fucking cell shaded out of Borderlands or something, right? Like, it does happen. And the way he was, like, talking and emoting during the interviews, there's no way a mask could do that. There's just absolutely no way. But, you know, maybe you're not convinced. Maybe you think that Jim Carrey's rep and the award organizer are in on the scheme from the nefarious puppet masters pulling the strings trying to convince you that this is Jim Carrey when it's not. You know, that's your prerogative at the end of the day. Anyway, I'll show you some stream clips where we were going over the interview and comparing things and then looking at the Alexis Stone post for the evidence. But I think one thing's very clear. Alexis Stone was just trying to suckle clout from this whole thing, from the virality of all of it. What do you think about the fake Jim Carrey? We talked about it a little bit. I don't think it's actually a fake Jim Carrey, but he had that classic Hollywood work done to him, and boy howdy did it not go well. But I truly don't think that's like a body double or a replacement. I think it looks too close. The big difference is the eyes, but I think that's just bad Botox. Here, I'll pull it up.
Receiving their awards, and I was like, I'm dead. And I made mistakes, and I was like a novice, but I felt a lot of love, and I felt a lot of appreciation that I tried. Then I watched everybody talking 1,000 miles an hour up there, receiving their awards, and I was like, I'm dead.
This isn't the whole interview, but it's from this clip here. It looks like porcelain skin, looks very uncanny. So people are speculating that this is a body double or Jim Carrey's been replaced. He kind of looks like the villain from Longlegs. Yeah. The big thing people point to are the eyes. Let me show you. Because if you compare the eyes here compared to like every other time, it's very different. But I truly just believe that's the result of bad Botox, because that is a very real thing that can happen. So here's like older Jim Carrey eyes, and here's Jim Carrey during that interview. But that's just like a very real thing Botox does. People also said the eye color changed. Not really. I think he just has a lot more light in his eyes, so his eyes look lighter. I don't really think they've changed eye color or anything. Imagine your plastic surgery is so bad people think you got replaced. I know, man. Have you ever seen a good facelift? They always look like plastic figurines. That's because you only can notice the bad ones. So many celebrities have had plastic surgery and you just don't know it. It's gotta be reptilians, not stunt actor performers. It would always be reptilians, I suppose. That is always a feasible explanation. Look at Alexis Stone Instagram. They did a Jim Carrey mask that wasn't Jim himself. I don't believe that for a second. That sounds more like an easy marketing stunt. Let me see. Who is it? Alexis Stone? I mean, what is this the evidence? Alexis Stone is Jim Carrey in Paris. And then it's just 2 photos at the Paris premiere with no, like, behind the scenes or anything of the mask. If it's a mask, it should be super easy to show that, right? Yeah, there's nothing. There's no further info on it. It's just these 2 pictures from Alexis Stone. I can do that too. I can say I went to the premiere as Jim Carrey and just post this on my Instagram as well. It would be really easy for Alexis Stone to show that this is not Jim Carrey and it's actually a mask. Roblox is a platform that needs no introduction, yet every time I talk about it, I feel compelled to remind people that this is like one of the most profitable things on the planet. This game has become more popular than oxygen, but I'm sure all of you already know that. There's not a soul on this planet that hasn't at least heard the name Roblox. You could live underground just feeding off dirt, and somehow I'm sure the name Roblox made it down to the subterranean culture. Like, it is actually that big. But for some parents that stay in the know about the happenings on the online space, Roblox is a name that might send some shivers down your spine, because there is a big problem in the community that has existed for a while, one that the Roblox headquarters plugs its ears to and even actively tries to bury or dissuade people from trying to solve the problem themselves. That problem being predators. There have been innumerable cases of Roblox predators preying on children through the platform. It's led to so many national headlines about this issue, and it's gotten so bad that there are YouTubers and like vigilante groups on the game that have taken matters into their own hands to try and catch and get these predators arrested so they can make the platform safer for children. Roblox themselves don't do enough to keep the platform safe, so the community has taken it upon themselves to do it themselves. Like, Roblox always claims that they're working on it, but they're really not. They're doing the equivalent of going to the gym and hitting 2 sets of dilly-dally and calling it a day. They don't actually do much for this.
Has sent a cease and desist letter to me, a 22-year-old, versus a multi-billion-dollar company, threats of litigation, because I catch predators on their platform. Within the last year, me and my team have gotten 6 predators arrested within the Roblox community. Almost all of them have admitted to doing this before to other Roblox users.
This is a YouTuber named Schlep who has been working to get predators arrested that are preying on children through the Roblox platform. And Roblox has now permanently banned him, like IP ban, banished all of his accounts to the Shadow Realm, and he is facing potential legal problems for this. It's pretty odd considering Roblox willingly turns a blind eye to the pedophile plague on their platform, but will laser focus, dial in, and fucking call in, like, the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs in order to try and wipe out people like Schlep that try and stop the predators themselves. So, instead of stopping the predators, Roblox stops the people stopping the predators. It's really backwards, if you ask me. That shit doesn't make any sense. Like, just let that marinate in your head for a moment. Like, I understand vigilante groups can sometimes be a problem, but when you as the company are doing nothing to actually stop it yourself, what other options are there? The community has to take matters into their own hands and start policing themselves to try and keep the platform safe, since Roblox is really dropping the ball on it. Like, for some reason, they don't even get out of bed when they hear about a pedophile on the platform, but if they hear about a YouTuber doing something to stop that, shit, they fire up like Dracula. They sit up like The Undertaker and they get to business. They go to work. So, this is not the first time this has happened. They have come after people like Schlep before, the people that are actively trying to make the platform safer, and it just doesn't make any sense. The CEO seems to be too busy trying to pitch Roblox as a dating platform in addition to being for gaming. I already made a video talking about the lunacy of this idea, but it is like chumming the waters for sharks. The sharks in this case being pedophiles. Anyone who knows anything about Roblox and has a functioning frontal lobe should tell you what a recipe for disaster this is, to turn a platform that mainly targets children into also having a dating site component to it. That he wants to be 17 plus, which is a weird number to choose for that, by the way. But the CEO, Dave fucking Hakalugi Bazuki, really is fixated on trying to make this a reality of turning Roblox into a dating site in addition to its gaming. But they can't even protect children from pedophiles now. Imagine when they try and implement this to it.
Hilarious. Roblox is actively claiming that I'm hurting their players. Roblox is claiming that I'm engaging in simulated child endangerment conversations. What? So one of the fundamental bases of predator catching is that you cannot talk sexually to predators. Predators are supposed to be the ones talking sexually to you. If you talk sexually to predators, like straight off the get-go, that's entrapment. That is literally what entrapment is. We almost always play a naive kid who doesn't know anything about this stuff, so they teach us about this stuff. If you watch these videos, you know how the chats are going, and they're not even on Roblox. Most of the chat logs are on Discord, and they're accusing me of getting people off of platform onto different social media sites.
Let's take a peek at this real quick. While Roblox acknowledges that your stated intentions may be to protect children, and while it recognizes the serious nature of online predatory behavior, your methods, including failing to immediately report suspicious activity to Roblox through proper channels, are actively interfering with Roblox's established safety protocols and critically are exposing Roblox's users to increased risk. If that isn't the fattest load of barnacles you've ever tried to swallow, I don't know what is. The big thing with everyone that is actively trying to keep the platform safer, like people like Schlep trying to catch predators, they report them immediately. That is the number one thing they do. The problem is, and you can look this up there yourself, there are so many articles that detail how nonchalant Roblox is when it comes to these reports. The problem is, Roblox doesn't act on it. So as far as I know, in all of these predator catching groups, the first thing they do is report it through the proper channels on Roblox, but the issue is that report just makes it directly to the shitter at Roblox HQ for them to flush it. I don't know where it goes, but I guess it just goes somewhere to collect dust at Roblox. It falls into the goddamn back rooms. So they never actually act on any of the reports. So the proper channels are fucking useless. It's baffling. And in a lot of cases, Schlepp's about to give you an example, even when a predator is arrested, like a Roblox predator is arrested, they don't even ban that account that is associated with them a lot of times. It's craziness. To say like he's not doing this the right way because he's not reporting it through Roblox is just incorrect, and also laughable for them to claim that by not doing that, he's putting users at more risk. How does that make any sense? How is him trying to catch these predators somehow putting children in harm's way? Like, more so than Roblox doing nothing except sitting on these reports forever, maybe using them as, like, scribbling paper at the office, like a coloring book. Like, how is what he's doing, actively trying, at least, to stop predators, putting users more at risk? The next barrage of mumbo-jumbo from Roblox is equally baffling, saying that he's engaging in simulated child endangerment. Well, I guess kind of, because there are predators on your platform that are talking sexually to him and his group that are pretending to be kids. And according to Schlepp, they're not initiating those inappropriate conversations. The predators are just there. The call's coming from inside the house on Roblox. He is not going out of his way to create pedophiles to catch. They are there. So the conversations do happen because the predators are there having them. And you have to imagine that in most cases, they're not having them with a vigilante group trying to catch them. They're having them with real children that are in real danger from these pedophiles that are running rampant on the platform. Now, the next thing they talk about, moving them to a new platform? What the fuck? As Schlepp mentions, a lot of the conversations do end up off the Roblox service on things like Discord. And apparently that's an issue with Roblox too, that they've taken users from Roblox and brought them to Discord. It's almost like they were upset that they lost a user there to somewhere else. Like, no, bring them back. You're not allowed to. You're trying to poach our community. We're gonna lose pedophiles if you keep catching them, and we need that to pump up our numbers. Are you kidding me? No, that's a big problem.
I guess that's worth a cease and desist and an IP ban of every single account that I own. That's just crazy. I can't even fathom that. They also say sharing or soliciting personally identifiable information. I have no idea what they're referring to this. I would love to know what they're talking about. Are they referring to the fact that I give the information of the predators that we find to the police? Like, the people we're talking to are predators.
Another weird one here from the slimy suits at Roblox Corp. What do you mean personally identifiable information? It almost sounds like they care more about the privacy of the predators than the act of actually stopping them. It's like, whoa, you just shared some of our users' data without our permission. Are you kidding me? You're fucking doxing a pedophile on our platform? Nope. That is not permissible. We do not support that at all. Like, what the fuck? Like, it'd be entirely unnecessary if you would just do your job and give that personal information to the authorities so that way the predators could get arrested, but you're not doing it. So people like Schlepp have to. Like,
the most insulting thing is that they told me I'm not reporting people quick enough and I'm not reporting them through the right outlets. Tell me the right outlets. I have been trying to figure this out for like a year now. This here is Nepali Incel. This person actually made credible threats to the Las Vegas sphere in a Roblox game. And I saw this with my own two eyes. And the reason why it's a credible threat, it is because the FBI went ahead and arrested someone for making threats within that same game. I made a moderation ticket about it, and I even actually made a report to the FBI about this. Where is the cease and desist letter for him? Where is the IP ban for him? Are you gonna ban all of this dude's accounts?
Roblox uses the proper channels as like kind of this shield, but it's really a myth. It doesn't seem to actually exist because nobody knows the proper channels. They're doing all of like the reporting that they can to Roblox through everything they think is the proper channels. But Roblox, I guess, isn't very clear with what they are because they keep saying, nope, still not using the right channels. Well, what the fuck are they? Nobody seems to know how to access the proper channels. It's like a fucking Call of Duty Zombies Easter egg. How do you get there? Why don't you explain it then? Why don't you make it more clear? Because as of now, everyone is reporting it through what they believe is the right channels, the ones that are readily available and accessible to people to report through, but those, I guess, aren't the right ones. So where the fuck are they and how can they access them? It's ridiculous. It is absolutely absurd. And then he makes a mention here of how, like, this one guy who did get arrested for credible terrorist threats still has his account active on Roblox. And there are predators that have been arrested and are currently in jail that still have their accounts active on Roblox. Like, they do not act on this shit, but they will act immediately if they catch a whiff of somebody trying to take matters into their own hands to stop it themselves to make the platform safer. They're instantaneously right there at their door ready to slap them with some legal paperwork here. It's just craziness.
This is literally how it goes. We go to roblox.com/support, submit a moderation ticket, and then fill out the prompt with all the information regarding our arrest and give you guys the same Google Drive that we give to the cops. And in a lot of instances, Roblox won't even ban after we reach out to them regarding felony arrests. What I typically have to do is report cases to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or go on the news to show gameplay of our decoys with the predators on Roblox. I've literally felt so lost at trying to get the attention of Roblox regarding these predators. I've created binders with all the chat logs, and I've sent it to their headquarters in San Mateo, California. This is the first time Roblox has ever directly reached me out. Instead of trying to say, hey, we want to work with you, or literally giving me a line to report these people, or simply saying, don't make these videos anymore, we're gonna ban you, Roblox just terminated every account I own and sent me this cease and desist.
I feel like it's pretty clear in this case, Schlepp has literally done everything he can to try and let Roblox be the one to get these predators off the platform, putting the ball in their court, hoping that they will do the right thing and act on this information, at the very least investigate it, but they're not, which is why there are groups that are doing it themselves. That's the issue. He has literally exhausted every possible avenue and I guess still hasn't found the proper channel, even though he even sent like physical evidence to their actual brick and mortar location and still got nothing. Like, it's very clear that there is no real proper channels, but they really don't like people trying to stop the predator problem themselves. But Roblox also doesn't want to do it either. So, I mean, what options are left? Just let that continue, let that fester, let Roblox be a platform where children are just completely unsafe? I don't think that's exactly a bright future. This is a platform that does desperately need to be cleaned up. It is a huge problem there, and Roblox isn't doing it. Schlepp then tells a very personal experience he had on Roblox when he was a kid, and how he was also a victim of these type of evil people. And when his mother reached out to Roblox to report all of that and give the evidence about everything that had happened to her son, Roblox didn't act on it, and that individual still wasn't banned until years later. There is a problem, and Roblox isn't solving it. So the community is doing what they can to try and keep it safer. But Roblox is attacking the community that is actively trying to do that for them. I think it's bullshit. I think that is fucking baloney right there. And Roblox needs a real change in leadership in how they approach this shit. Maybe Dave Bazooki, instead of focusing on bringing dating to a children's game, should focus on trying to keep the children on that game safe. Maybe that should be the priority, I would think. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this a little bit. I'm wishing Schlepp the best. I'm hoping Roblox will reverse their decision here. Schlepp also works with Gideon in catching some of these predators, and they are doing significantly more to keep the community safe than Roblox appears to be doing. So hats off to them for the good work. And yeah, I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's it. See ya. Happy New Year, 2025 going to the rear view as we go headstrong into 2026 with a smile on our face. As of me making this video right now, we're about like an hour out from the New Year's Eve ball dropping in New York. I don't know why I said an hour out. I even looked at the time. It's 9:30 p.m. as of me making this, so pretty substantial rounding down. Doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is that ball. That sacred orb convinces people to literally shed themselves of basic dignity and human instinct in order to wait for hours upon hours in the cold temperatures in New York, unmoving, unwavering, just so they can watch it happen in person. And the meta has been for a while, if you attend one of these, you wear a diaper, so that way you don't have to like lose your spot to go find a bathroom to relieve yourself. You just piss and shit yourself right then and there. So every year you see the horror stories and the aftermath about people that literally just fucking bowels explode, asshole prolapses, pee all over the place, all just so they can watch the ball drop. And I had a few friends of mine send me a video, I guess is floating around a lot today, about a guy who got interviewed on his strategy for handling nature's call, and he uses pads. This is actually from a couple years ago, but the meta hasn't changed, and I'll show you a clip from today.
You leave, and you have to use the bathroom or even get water.
You lose your spot.
That's the problem.
So what do you do with the bathroom?
What do you do? I'll show you exactly what you do. Okay? Hold on, let me see. Let me try and find this here.
Okay, now I'm
See these pads?
Yeah.
You have to pee in these pads. Let me show
But
you.
you're a man. What do you do if you're a woman?
Say, everybody's equal. Nobody's any different.
What an inspirational, uplifting message. We're all equal, nobody's different. If you're there in New York for the ball drop, you're surrounded by piss. It's a goddamn flood of it, and everyone's doing it. You're not cool unless you pee your pants. Men, women, they're all doing it. It's just a matter of what apparatus they're using to catch it. This guy here's got his go-go gadget period pads out for his urine. Lord help us if he has to take a shit, you know that's probably going straight onto the ground, because I don't think the pads are built to handle that kind of heft. But, you know, this is pretty standard procedure for New Year's Eve in New York. For some reason, people have convinced themselves that seeing that ball drop is the most important thing for the start of the upcoming year. So they're willing to usher in the next year with piss and poop in their pants. It blows my mind. I don't get it. I truly don't get it. That is miserable. Not only are you pissing and shitting yourself, but everyone around you is too. You are in a sea of filth. It is a cesspool. You are basically in a communal latrine, diving in there just to watch 60 seconds of a ball dropping in front of you. Now, of course, there's concerts and stuff, but you're probably not seeing those if you're like that guy at the front of the line, you know, barging his way to the very front so he can look at the ball like he's hypnotized by it.
Oh, you just put it in your underwear?
That's exactly what you do.
And then you switch and you have like bags, like
It stays there. It stays there.
This will hold for the whole day?
You make it. It will stay for the whole day. Yeah.
Oh, this is what you do?
I will be wearing
See?
Diaper.
See?
What?
I'm wearing diaper.
The
See?
diapers?
This is what. Yep.
This is not a diaper though. This will not
It works
hold.
too. It works too.
It works?
You're a lady. You should know it
No,
works.
it's not working.
It works.
It's not. I wouldn't try it.
Dude's out here driving the hard sale like he's trying to get a used car off the lot. It's like he's advertising these pads that he's trying to sell them to everyone there. But most people are going by the standard meta protocol of using a diaper, which is very common for this. I just find that so revolting. I think it's so beyond gross and just like embarrassing. I can't imagine a worse way of starting a year, quite like being surrounded by piss and shit while also sporting my own underpants full of piss and shit. And even, let's say, in a fantasy scenario, ideal circumstances, no bubble guts, you've been fasting for 48 hours prepping for this, you haven't drank a sip of liquid for the last 24, so you are able to go through this entire thing, this wait, as well as watching the ball drop without soiling yourself at all. It's still terrible because everyone around you has. The guy next to you's probably got mud pies in his britches. Person in front of you probably stinking up the place with the fumes from the lemonade they're cooking up in their trousers. Like, it's terrible. I'd be starting the new year in the worst possible mood, putting myself through that torture. I do not get it. I never have. I never will. And like I said, that's a couple years old. You can see in the background, it's talking about bringing in a great 2024. But nothing's changed. This is still very normal for New Year's Eve, it seems. So here's a clip from today.
Are you coming prepared by most people wearing diapers here?
Yeah, I wear a diaper. I'm wearing a diaper now.
Okay, do you have extra just in case anybody needs one?
Yes, I got this. A diaper.
Awesome. So you're able to bless somebody if they did not wear one?
I bless them not peeing, especially in front of me, you know.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming out, guys. Hope you guys have a great New Year. Can I get you guys to say Happy New Year?
I gotta tell you, no one is happier about New Year's Eve celebrations than Depends. The executives at the top of the food chain of that company must just be the happiest people on the planet every time New Year's Eve rolls around. Sales skyrocket. But anyway, I mean, if people enjoy it, all power to them, I suppose. I don't personally understand it, but if you're out there right now, piss, poop all over the place, waiting for that ball to drop, Godspeed to you. I hope it's a cherished memory going forward. Hopefully it'll kick off your 2026 in the best possible way. For me personally, I think it's a lot more convenient just to hang around friends and family to start the year off right, being around people you know and love that aren't soiling themselves around you, attacking your senses with their waste fumes. But anyway, 2026, right around the corner. That's about it. See ya. Today I found something pretty interesting that I just can't resist the urge to share with all of you. I'm just kidding. That's a classic gag right there. I got you good. But I did actually read something pretty fascinating. It was an independent study that was conducted that found 72% of games industry executives believe that Steam has a monopoly on PC games. And this is an interesting topic and something that I've talked about on stream quite a bit, but I want to yap about this because they're not entirely wrong. Steam is like a diet monopoly when it comes to PC games, but not because they use like monopolistic tactics or anything. They literally just offer a better service than anything else that seems to come up and literally do nothing and win just by being better than all of the competitors that try and enter the market. Developers and players just naturally gravitate towards Steam. And thus they do kind of have like a stranglehold, like nipple clamps on PC games market. So like they do have oomph. And you can make an argument that they're like a soft monopoly. But I think it tells a very interesting story because there are alternatives. There are competitors. They just don't necessarily thrive. So anytime that a new games platform tries to enter the market to compete with Steam, they do their own version, with blackjack and hookers and whatever. And it usually flounders. Like, it usually flatlines pretty quickly because it's just inferior to Steam. Even though Steam has remained largely unchanged for the longest time, it has cemented itself as just a really easy-to-use platform that's just extremely convenient for developers and players. So, a new platform springing up, it's got its work cut out for it. But that's not to say they don't exist, because there are a lot of alternatives. Well, maybe a lot's being a little charitable. There are some alternatives. Some of them are even decent, like GOG. Even though in recent times I've had extraordinarily horrible luck with GOG and getting games to actually fucking work through there, it is a service that is good, but it's not really comparable to Steam or anything. And then there's things like the Epic Game Store, which I think did try and employ monopolistic tactics to compete with Steam. Epic Game Store, I don't know how many of you remember, was trying to incentivize developers to marry themselves to their platform exclusively. Basically trying to have their own console wars between these platforms of Steam versus Epic Game Store. So they would steal away developer titles to go to the Epic Game Store through incentives. And it didn't work because Epic Game Store itself is just not a great platform. So people don't like to use it willingly. Very few people choose Epic Game Store over Steam. So it hasn't beaten Steam, and it's kind of a joke that's gotten a lot of resentment because of some of their tactics they use to try and compete. Whereas Steam doesn't really do any of that. It just kind of sits there fucking lollipop in hand and does nothing and is winning. All these other platforms spring up and usually just run themselves straight into the shitter. So Steam just always prevails in the end. And that does put it in a position where it is like a soft monopoly. Worth mentioning about this study in particular, 75% of respondents were senior managers of C-suite level, with 77% from studios with more than 50 employees. And the study found that for a majority of the studios, Steam accounts for over 75% of revenue. And then they do briefly mention that developers started utilizing Epic Game Store and the Xbox PC Game Store. But again, it's clear Steam is the bulk of the balloons here. It is fascinating because, as I briefly mentioned, Steam doesn't do anything to try and solidify this pseudo-monopoly. They don't have parameters in place to try and force people to use Steam and drive out competition or anything like that. They literally just plant their feet and lat spread and just sit there. Menacingly, to the point where if you're a developer releasing on PC and you choose not to release on Steam, you are cutting your own nuts off. You are doing yourself a huge disservice in not having your game in front of all of those Steam users. And again, it's not Steam that's doing that and putting that fear of God in you. It's just gamers choose Steam, so if your game's not on Steam, they might not be buying it at all in general. They might not even give it the time of day. So it's very interesting, because again, Steam, at least not to anything I've ever seen, has never really tried to do anything to be a monopoly in the PC gaming space. They've just always been really convenient, user-focused, and first and foremost, just accessible to developers and users, that they are just the best service. Now, of course, it's not perfect. Nothing ever will be. Like, I fucking hate the Steam friend UI and all that. I bitch and moan about that endlessly on stream whenever I'm trying to, like, co-op with friends on different games. But, like, overall, the Steam platform is better than any other games platform that has come out, generally speaking. So, it's hard to compete with that. So even though Steam's doing nothing, like, they don't need to, like, innovate or change things, they just have to not wipe their whole ass with everything they've built over the last couple of decades. And so far, they've been doing a great job of not just fucking it all up. And that seems to be, like, all they do. They are doing nothing to limit competition or anything. I have to imagine at the Steam HQ, they don't even know that they're ever in a competition with other game platforms. They probably have no fucking idea about, like, what Epic Games Store does with trying to get, like, exclusives and shit in the past. Like, I doubt they even have it as a blip on their radar. Now, normally, monopolies are a really bad thing for consumers. That's typically bad news. You do not want monopolies because there's no incentive to be the best service. There's no incentive to change or improve or get better for consumers because what's the point? There's no alternatives. And like I said, Steam is not a monopoly. But it kind of is like a de facto monopoly in the sense that pretty much everyone is choosing Steam, developer and players alike. So all the other alternative platforms, they're not exactly, you know, popping off or anything like that. They're not out there wiggling their finger in celebration with how great everything's going there compared to like a Steam or something. But Steam is the best thing for consumers right now in this market. There isn't a better alternative. So it is weird because it is a monopoly that is a monopoly because it just is the best. So people are choosing it willingly. They're not being like, you know, fucking hypnotized into it or something, or they're not being forced to because of lack of alternatives. It is just the best in the industry right now. So everyone goes to it. So it's one of the few times you'll see this kind of report where it's like, oh, this many people believe Steam is a monopoly, and you're like, oh, yeah, good. That's great news. You're right. It's so rare. Because let's take another de facto monopoly, for example, YouTube. YouTube, it's got a big time stranglehold on video sharing. There's very few alternatives to YouTube, and it's something that's been discussed, yapped about, blabbered about for so many years now, and there just isn't a real YouTube competitor. And what does YouTube do with this swamp-ass throne it finds itself on top of for videos? Well, it doesn't improve, I'll tell you that much. It's definitely not the best it can be. There has been some big-time shitification going on in recent years because where are you gonna go? Where are you going? There's nowhere else besides YouTube for video sharing and all of the features that YouTube has available. There isn't a real alternative, and there's no incentive for YouTube to fix the many problems that have been plaguing the site for so long. YouTube can do horrible decision after terrible decision after awful decision till the cows come home out the wazoo, and it doesn't really affect them because there isn't real competition. The users stay because YouTube does have a de facto monopoly. And I imagine 99% of cases, if you ask somebody, do you think it's a good thing that YouTube has this, position here as a de facto monopoly? They'd say no. But then if you ask that same question to somebody about Steam, they would probably say yes. And it's not hard to see why. It's a very big distinction here, I would say. Steam got to this position by just being better than all of the other competitors. I saw a comment that kind of painted it pretty well. Steam isn't a monopoly, its competition is just incompetent. That's pretty true. It's not like Steam has ever, to my knowledge, used its position in the industry to crush the little guy trying to make a startup that's better than Steam or something. All it does is just sit there like a fucking tree. That's all it does. It's been around for so long, it innovated at the very beginning, it cracked the code on what it needed to be the best, and now all they have to do is just not fuck it up. And everyone else that tries to compete in the space just puts out a legitimately worse product, generally speaking. Like I mentioned earlier, GOG I do think offers a different kind of product still in the same space, but having like DRM-free copies for older games and stuff is a valuable service to offer, and it is something a bit different than what Steam offers. I just personally haven't had great luck with GOG recently. So anyway, yeah, I do actually kind of agree here. This survey was also conducted by what appears to be another platform that's trying to sell developers on the idea to sell with them. So the study itself is already a little weird, but the actual subject matter of Steam being a soft monopoly is an interesting topic, I think. And it is one where I'd say, yeah, Steam is kind of a soft monopoly. But what's crazy is, I don't think that's a bad thing. They are just the best in the industry for a gaming platform. Like, they just made the best platform, and they haven't done anything, scummy and shady to, like, prevent others from beating them. It's just all the others that compete are worse. So people just go to Steam. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. Rescuing snapping turtles and investigating illegal owl taxidermy. That's a good title. Got a fucking supervillain in the forest, eh? Discount Jeremy Renner? So how much power does Josiah and the Northwoods Law command? Like, can they come in hot, just kick your door down and throw a flashbang and steal the owl? This looks like a guy that would illegally taxidermy an owl. He doesn't have a daughter. You were lied to, Josiah. Don't fall for it. He's got 10 more owls inside.
He wasn't supposed to be having this stuff, and why he forfeited it so easily.
Well, I mean, what did you expect him to do? Go down in like a fucking blazing glory, fucking firing an assault rifle out of his window trying to defend his owl taxidermy? Like, if the cops show up and say, hey, you can't have the owl, I don't think he's gonna be fucking deploying tear gas and taking the owl parts and running away like a Scooby-Doo villain. I mean, I don't know if he knew or not, but I don't think it was gonna be some kind of grand send-off, the captain going down with his ship.
No, okay.
They're gonna arrest the kids.
Checking a fishing license. Do you have your fishing license?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
A fishing license?
So
What the fuck?
Cooler?
I done been fishing 20 years. Well, it's not true, I haven't fished in like a decade. I done fished for 10 years and never had a license, officer. You gonna put me in cuffs?
How many do you have?
I could count.
These subtitles are way off, Jesus Christ.
Okay, you're only allowed to have 5.
If there are any deaf people in the chat, you've got to be very confused about him having caught so many baths.
I'm gonna get an evidence bag.
Wow. Man.
What fish do you want, Arjun?
Is there a statute of limitations or something? Because, I might want to change my story about having fished for 10 years without a license. Swear to God, I didn't know, officer. All those ass-eaters that I was catching, or whatever the subtitle said. Man, these guys are all over the place. Land, sea, and air. Fuck yeah.
That thing's a big animal.
Yeah, it's, yeah. The fucking ox, that's what was used on the Oregon Trail. You bet your ass they're big.
Oh yeah, you want some of that? Come on.
Are all animals deathly, not allergic, but is poison deathly to all animals or just dogs? I'm sorry, is chocolate poisonous to all dogs? Yeah. Chocolate. I missed the most important word in that statement. I could have missed every single other word and it would have made sense. But is chocolate poisonous to all animals or only dogs? On the flip side of that, back to the original question, is there any animal immune to poison? So what does this have to do with like owl taxidermy and fishing? Unless these are fishing enhancement drugs that are against the Geneva Convention. Like steroids for fish. Well, this was uncharacteristic of the Northwoods County super law firm for taxidermy repossessors. Tackling a bear feeding problem. Thought they actually tackled the fucking bear. I was gonna be blown away. Oh shit. Get the fuck out of there, Affleck! Billy the Exterminator's gone rogue. Oh, Jesus, run! No! Was it trespassing or something? Officer, I haven't had anything to drink. I just wanted to go talk to my wife. I forgot about the restraining order. Am I being arrested? Am I being detained? He doesn't even want to look at the officer. Fuck you, man. Oh man, he really was cheating on his goose wife. You just had to get the police involved, didn't you, Linda? Surely there was a better way than Atomic dropping it into the cage.
Sounds like he's getting a mouthful right now from the other one as to why he left, so.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he wants to hear. This is probably the reason he left. Great, more nagging, huh, bitch? God, I can't wait to break the fuck out of here again, and hopefully Officer Josiah the Madman won't be on duty, due to his PTSD from the war.
You imagine being outranked by a bear?
Yeah, I could absolutely imagine that. I already am outranked by a fucking bear in terms of combat ability. That bear would beat the shit out of me. We're all outranked by bears. Maybe not formally in the army, but in the food chain in a hand-to-hand combat fight, yeah.
Down a tree. In the base of the tree,
This looks like John Cena trying to go undercover.
Two of them died, one was still alive.
Oh, what are these, like, ferret bears? When I talk about the sport of darts, do you think of seasoned athletes that have trained their whole lives since birth with their God-given talent to take it to the professional dart stage? Or do you think of your college frat bro douche friend who goes to the bar, gets absolutely annihilated, throwing darts at a dartboard, trying to impress girls, going behind the back, hitting the bouncer and getting kicked out? Probably the latter, right? Darts is a sport that gets put in the same category as things like bowling and curling. Yeah, to some people those are sports, but to the majority of people, they're just something fun to do while you're piss your pants drunk. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but I thought, what if I broke down darts to a fundamental level and reimagined the entire thing? And that's exactly what I did, and now I present to you a sport that I've created using the similar fundamentals as darts that I think can be the next big sport. We could see it all over ESPN, maybe in the Olympics in a couple of years. The sky's really the limit for what I've created here. Check this shit out. I call this sport flarts. It's fleshlights and darts mixed together, forming a perfect symbiotic relationship, using the fleshlight as the potato cannon, basically, for the darts. Now, obviously, the first step is to lube up your instrument, using whichever you prefer, but making sure that it gets properly lubricated, otherwise the dart's just not going to fly through it. Now, initially, I wanted to fire the darts out of the fleshlight vagina using my mouth, kind of like a blowpipe. However, I underestimated the intensity in which I'd have to blow through the pipe. Old school RuneScape convinced me it was fucking easy, but it's not easy at all. And I also underestimated how yucky the taste of the lube was in the fleshlight. Every time I put my mouth to the fleshlight, it tasted like I was swallowing chlorine gas mixed with bleach. So I decided the best way would be to treat it as if I was Legolas and shooting an arrow, so I knock it and fire that bitch real fucking hard. Yeah, it didn't work at all. I expected it to be kind of like a railgun, but this shit just didn't even get anywhere fucking close to that. The best I managed to do was have it dribble out like a small little sad cum shot, so I had to get creative. Much like Icarus, this dart had flown too close to the sun, and I melted its wings off. I thought maybe if it didn't have the wings on the back, I could fire it kind of just like a pencil through a rubber band. It still didn't work. I decided to mount the fleshlight to the end of our dog blow dryer, which is basically like a fucking hurricane, it's so goddamn powerful, expecting the air pressure to launch the dart through the vagina. Really? Yeah, it didn't work. I thought making it like a Ghostbusters proton pack launcher or some shit, it would fire the dart, but it didn't. Not at all. Then it hit me all at once. During the apex of my disappointment with the experiment, I hatched the idea. Why not just throw the dart and fleshlight together as a unit, javelin style? Why didn't I do that from the start? That's fucking awesome. And that's when we realized you don't even need the dart for flarting. You can just use the fleshlight. Do I even need the actual dart? Ready? behind the back. The amount of restraint I've shown over the last week resisting the near insatiable appetite to insult NVIDIA for DLSS 5 has been nothing shy of, like, saint-worthy, I would argue. Like, I have been the Zen master when it comes to this topic because I wanted to wait until the dust fully settled because I just knew, I smelt that stink in the air and I knew Krampus was right around the corner delivering some misery. I had a feeling it was only going to continue to snowball into this avalanche of embarrassment for NVIDIA, specifically their CEO Jensen. I knew that he would continue to make a fool of himself, and boy howdy, has he ever. So I'm going to show you some clips that I've recorded throughout the week on it, so you can watch it all unfold here in real time. But to give you where we're at right now, after the initial backlash, Jensen went out there and said, everyone's wrong, you guys just don't see the vision. It's not just a slop filter. It's called neural rendering, you swine. It's the most sophisticated form of art this planet is capable of producing, the apotheosis of video games, where we have AI come in and guess on what it should look like. Yeehaw. Basically, his whole response was, you guys just don't get it. He came in with the Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually, and then everyone collectively rolled their eyes. This is the same song and dance we're seeing from every industry ever as they scramble to find usage for AI that they've dumped endless billions into, and no one really wants it, except for, like, a pocket on Twitter that anytime AI gets mentioned, they open their mouth to just suck as much cock that they can from anything AI adjacent. But most people are like, okay, this is a feature I'll never turn on. And this was a pretty dog shit response from the CEO on why it's even here in the first place. And then today, it was revealed, thanks to a YouTuber having further correspondence with NVIDIA, that Jensen might have told a big old fib. Jensen might be a liar plants for hire when it comes to the topic of DLSS 5. And based on his further insight here, it's looking like everyone else was right with their theories on what DLSS 5 is doing, which is basically boiling it down to being a fucking Snapchat filter you can slap onto your games where AI guesses and it just makes like a little fucking filter for everything. I highly recommend you watch Daniel Owen's full coverage of this. It is very fascinating because it basically just wipes its whole ass with everything Jensen was saying about it. So it feels like that was a desperate lie on his end based on new information here. And it really does seem like it's just a fucking Instagram filter that they slap on your games to look like fucking YouTube AI generated shorts. Cool. Very awesome. All right, now anyway, let me show you some of the older clips that I was recording throughout the week. That's kind of like the, you know, current timeline. That's where we're at. Now let me show you like the lore and how we got here. Zoinks. NVIDIA just made a new announcement here for an upcoming feature. And I really don't think that it's gone over as well as they had hoped it would. It has been a unifying moment, really, that brought everyone together under the same banner of disgust. Pretty much everyone's giving this big thumbs down, boos. It was this showcase right here, announcing NVIDIA DLSS 5, an AI-powered breakthrough in visual fidelity for games, coming this fall. DLSS 5 infuses pixels with photorealistic lighting and materials, bridging the gap between rendering and reality. Oh yeah, it's hitting all those glorious buzzwords you love to see. It's not just rendering, it's considering all the endless possibilities, gawk on cock. Like, it's just, even the announcement feels like it was AI powered. The whole thing is just really uninteresting to the vast majority of people, and the showcase for the power of the tech is laughable. Actually laughable. NVIDIA, more like Activia, the way they just took a shit here with this announcement. Gee willikers. Heavens to Betsy. My eyes have been blessed. After seeing the glory of DLS5 in action, I can't even stomach the idea of looking at Resident Evil Requiem with its old graphics out of the box. Ew. At long last, Resident Evil has been saved thanks to the power of Nvidia's DLSS 5 slapping a Snapchat filter on the game. I don't think it enhances the visuals at all. This isn't an improvement. It just makes it look like less of a game and more of a YouTube AI short. That's it. It just has that same glossy, soulless, wacky fucking feel to it. So now it doesn't even really look like a game anymore. It just looks off. This is the same DNA of those goobers that always go online saying like, don't worry, I fixed Breaking Bad. I ran it through Gen AI to improve its visuals, and it like handsome squidrifies everything. Like in their first example here, Grace actually looks like a different character with DLSS 5 on. It looks like it really messes with the model's face here, even though I'm pretty sure it's just an AI filter. It takes some liberties there, and it's not just Grace, but I think that one's a pretty clear example. It looks like a different character from the screenshots we see of it there. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's that same, like, I hate this mentality of, like, alright, here's what the artists made, here's what they developed, but we know better at NVIDIA. Let me show you what AI thinks this should look like. The real vision. This is probably what they intended, which does nothing for me. It doesn't enhance the visuals, at least to my taste, so it's definitely something that I'm going to keep off. Now, of course, this is a feature that you can toggle on or off at your heart's content, so you're not forced to have DLSS 5 on, but I imagine a lot of people will elect to because there's plenty of people out there that just like to have their eyes glaze over and just clap at photorealism AI. So this is going to be right in line with something I'm sure they're very happy about. Even though I also don't think this actually looks photorealistic in a game. It looks like when you ask Grok, hey, make this image ultra realistic, and it just makes that shit look jarring. Example of how trivial the improvements are with DLS 5. All it did was bump up the saturation on this character's clothing and face, where their face almost looks blown out, like cel-shaded even, almost like a Borderlands character, and then added a few additional wrinkles. Cool, I guess. What an amazing feature. I just think it's so obviously off, too. Like, even if you never told me that this was some kind of, like, AI feature or something, or filter, whatever, and you put this Hogwarts image of that character side by side with the DLSS 5 enhanced turbo version of it, I would still gravitate towards the actual video game graphics looking one as opposed to the one that looks like a goddamn Thomas Kincaid painting where it's all like glossy and off. Like it doesn't even really look like gaming graphics in the first place. It does just look like standard AI slop shorts. Ugh, this section was a double whammy of sin. Not only does the AI filter here look like shit, but it also had to remind me of Starfield's existence. Ugh. And somehow it does the unthinkable and makes Starfield look worse, like the characters in Starfield look worse. Now they just look plastic, as opposed to like lifeless husks in the actual Starfield game. With DLSS 5 engaged, it looks like little plastic, almost like porcelain creatures. And especially like that one where they're carrying the boxes, that looks like you're watching Spy Kids 3D without your 3D glasses on. It's just so weird looking. Like, I don't think it's an improvement visually. But all that being said, make sure all of you at home activate DLSS 5 on this video so you can watch me polymorph into Keanu Reeves thanks to the power of AI. Now, Digital Foundry also just posted a video doing a deeper dive here into DLSS 5.
And yet we're still seeing transformative changes here, particularly in terms of character rendering, which is an area where Starfield received quite a lot of criticism.
And surely this would help with that. Look at how much better that looks.
Here, isn't it?
Yeah, and
oh my
I
God,
found this very interesting. So we saw spilling out over the scene in a much more realistic manner, where you're getting those contact shadows. And
it's horrifying. Oh, thank God.
Even they
Thank you
pointed
for
out,
applying
like,
the
some
slop
of
filter. Oh, now I can
character models
enjoy
maybe are
this.
A little bit on the side, but they still look
like garlic to a vampire.
lot
Keep
better
DLS 5 on.
We put DLSS
Ooh.
5.
Ah, thank heavens.
I mean, they look a little
Much
bit
better.
uncanny, I would say, but definitely the overall portrayal of those characters is much more sophisticated.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess to some people out there that are addicted to AI slop, this would be great. But I mean, if you fall into that camp, I think you should just go voluntarily institutionalize yourself somewhere, get some professional help, because I think that's fucking terrible. There's a couple things they show in the Digital Foundry video where, like, I can almost see someone be like, oh, that's super cool when it comes to, like, environmental lighting in some of the games they showed, because there are times where they use the DLSS 5 showing, like, some environments where it, like, cleans up some of the lighting, but also in doing so, it gets rid of certain things like shadows. It doesn't really like a lot of shadows in some of these places. So then it just feels very sterile. And then it also then stops looking like a game and once again falls into looking just AI generated. So I don't like that either, but I have seen a lot of people really excited about it, which, I mean, I'm not your fucking dad. If you want to activate DLSS 5, by all means, all power to you. I just think it looks not great. It seems like a useless feature. It feels like a useless use of resources. Alright, big news today. There's quite a few reports of game companies out there that also aren't excited about DLSS 5, such as Capcom here, that was reportedly in the dark about it, and based on reports, pretty anti-AI when it comes to practices like this. A lot of companies have actually come forward based on information out there now, saying that this isn't something they signed off on and isn't something that they like, which is unfortunately a big blow to everyone that was coping and doing their best to defend DLSS 5 by saying, look, some of these developers are really excited about it. And then they mentioned Ubisoft because Ubisoft seems to be like the only place that is really celebrating this because now they get to be even fucking lazier, I guess. If you have Ubisoft singing the praises of something, the good rule of thumb is it must be bad. I can't believe we've reached the point where now people are like using Ubisoft as like a look, no, this is a good thing because Ubisoft says so. You are really scraping the bottom of the barrel if you're saying that Ubisoft pumping their fists means we all should be happy about it. There is no corporation more delusional in this universe than Ubisoft. Everything they touch turns to shit. It's the opposite of the Midas touch. It's just the mid-ass touch that they have. They literally can't do anything right. So I really don't think this is a strong champion here for why DLSS 5 is amazing in this breakthrough innovation that's going to usher gaming into the next golden age or anything. You have to remember, when Ubisoft smiles, the rest of the world frowns. It's just always bad news when it comes to Ubisoft. Anything they like is something that is probably shitty. So I don't think that they're necessarily a good gauge for how excited the rest of the industry is and we've just got to get with the times or anything. It is a feature that just doesn't seem very good. It's something people aren't really asking for. Gen AI to overwrite some of the look of the game. An AI filter for their game so they can see it through the lens of what AI thinks it should look like. That's not appealing to me, and it's clearly not appealing to a lot of people out there. I don't think it makes the games look better. It just makes them look like just generic AI slop. And now, based on all this information we have out there, it seems like the CEO of NVIDIA has lied about what it actually is when he was saying everyone was wrong. Thanks to Daniel Owens doing a lot of digging on this and pressing them with actual legitimate insightful questions, it really feels like it genuinely is just a Gen AI filter that you could slap on your games that I think make them look much less like games and much more like fucking mobile ads promoting like an AI girlfriend. It's, I think, terrible. So it will be perma off in all of my games. But I've got to be honest with you, I'm really excited to see what Jensen has cooked up next. I'm really excited for his next round of PR disasters here where he tries to once again defend it and mislead people on what it is or what it's doing. But anyway, that's the scoop on DLSS 5 for now. That's really about it. See ya. Haunting Adeline. I finished this like a week ago. Matt's just been too busy to talk about some good old-fashioned smut with his best friend Charles, so I've just been sitting on absolute gold in my head with this book here.
It's been a little while for me, so you're going to be saying things and I'm going to be remembering it. And for clarity, we still talk about smut a lot, just not this one.
Yeah, because this isn't really like smut. This is just like reading crimes. It's like the woman who wrote this should be ashamed.
Which, I guess we're just jumping right in. The ending really, I don't want to say it's a twist, but it changes drastically.
Yeah, I guess let's not spoil the ending yet. Okay. So in our last video, we were at the halfway point. I think we got to like 300 or something.
Yep.
I can't quite recall where we left off in the last one. But from there, it just spirals so out of control into almost nothing but nonstop rape. Like there is nothing...
Legitimately.
Yeah.
It's, you know the Willy Wonka boat ride? When the colors and pictures are flashing and it's getting faster and faster and faster. That's how not sex scenes, the rape scenes are in this book, where it's like, here's one, there's some pages, here's one, and then it's just like, over and over and over.
Yeah, and like, this is what you mentioned last time. So her best friend, Daya, she's like, you know, she knows about the stalker and everything and thinks it's like a horrible thing. And then when she finally confesses that she got like raped, she's like, you fucked him, didn't you? She snarls at me, spill, slut. It's crazy. Yeah. So it's like, that goes on for a while. Like, now Daya's coming to terms with it. And someone summed it up best in a comment I saw, where this book is basically just Stockholm Syndrome from the perspective of the victim and the perpetrator.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it is. Because eventually, Zaid rapes her enough that she falls in love with him.
Right. She falls in love with him. She realizes her grandma or nana or whatever, great-grandma, fell in love with her stalker. Like,
yeah,
it's really weird. And the Daya thing really bothered me.
Yeah.
Because this is the one person who learns that she is being stalked and harassed and raped. And she's like, oh, juicy gossip. Like, that is it. There is no, like, are you okay? I think she, like, hands her a shot of liquor and is like, tell me about it. Like, how was his dick?
Like, what did that meat look like? Yeah. Oh, and it's the way the author describes the encounters is fucking nauseating. Zaid, he whispers against my lips. This is when he's revealing his name. That's the only name that will ever leave your lips from now on, especially when you're making that little pussy feel good. And when I'm making that pussy feel good, then you can call me God.
That's the one I told you I was going to tell you made me almost puke.
Yeah. And then he pulls out his wiener and says, you think you can handle this? He continues to pump his cock, and when I realize that he's jacking off on my face, I struggle. Oh.
It's crazy. We didn't talk about the House of Mirrors last time, did we?
No, we didn't get to the House of Mirrors.
Okay, so I'm just holding the credit card on camera. Check that, please. But they go to this circus. It's like a dark horror circus thing.
It's a like Halloween Horror Nights.
Yeah, exactly. Really weird subplot in that one with the little girl, by the way.
Yeah.
Or little girl, she's like 20, just a serial killer.
Yeah, there's just a serial killer like that just kills people in the house.
Yep.
And Zaid has a standoff with her where she's like, yeah, you're pretty good, but I've killed 10,000 rapists.
Truly, like he's not exaggerating. And they kill these men and the cops come and the girl gets blamed for it, so Zaid's fine to go free. But she, what's her name? Adeline. Addie goes into the House of Mirrors. Shocker, Zaid follows her. And just graphic rape sex scene happening in here. And then it goes to her walking out to find Daya by her car. And she reveals she was in there for over 2 hours.
Yeah, just getting fucking blasted in a public House of Mirrors, not shut down at all.
Closed? Yeah, like... It wasn't closed when she went in, but now the park has closed. Yep. People are gone, and Daya's just sitting by the car like, you slut, like, what did you do? And it's like, you didn't think...
You just got raped in there, didn't you, slut?
Like, you didn't call the cops? You didn't look for her?
Yeah, she if I remember right, she like had an inkling of a suspicion like, oh, you just did something naughty with your stalker over there, didn't you? He just did something to you, didn't he?
It's so... And, like, the writer very clearly softens toward, like, they're trying to make you also like Zayd because he's protecting her and doing all this stuff to help her, but it doesn't really look like they want you to forget about the other stuff. It's weird.
Yeah, it's very weird. Now, an important thing they introduced in the second half of the book is a character named Mark, who's like a prolific, he's a politician, right? He's a politician who's part of this pedophile ring, which is doing rituals, which Zayd has been hunting down since the start of the book. Where they're
like in his 70s,
yeah.
I think.
So they like sacrifice children and drink their blood and wear their blood as part of like a ritualistic practice that Zayd become aware of. So Zayd wants to get in close to Mark in that organization. So he starts pretending to be a pedophile, and so now he's befriending Mark.
And then it stopped being pretend.
Well,
Zayd's a good guy outside of the rape and stalking, okay? He would never sink to that level.
And then, so he's like befriending Mark as Zach, and
wow.
Yeah, he takes him to lunch, and then Mark sees Adeline, and this is where Adeline like gets in the crosshairs of like the most dangerous people ever. So Zayd needs to be like really protective. So now Mark is like fixated on getting Adeline, which is why at the fair he gets blasted by Zayd after like the serial killer girl like tries to kill him too. It was weird. But Mark is this new character that gets introduced, and he's just like some old pedophile guy. And now, while Zayd is pretending to be a pedophile to be in close with him, he gets invited to Mark's party with Adeline. And at this party full of nothing but pedophiles, Zayd takes Adeline into Mark's movie theater and rapes her. At this party of pedophiles.
Oh, it gets him going, you know?
Yeah, it's... as he's in deep cover, he takes Adeline in, and while watching a movie, just assaults her. And then... I hate the way she describes scenes, but the big thing in the scene is that Adeline must watch the movie while Zayd has his way with her. So anytime Adeline's eyes are off the movie, Zayd fucking slaps her and like, put your eyes back on the film, bitch. It's so awful.
What was the movie?
I don't know.
It was a horror movie.
Yeah, he said it was some crazy horror movie.
It'd be funny if it was like Master of Disguise.
Well, you have to watch this part with Dana Carvey doing this wacky accent.
He really wanted to punish her, so he put on Borderlands. You're gonna watch the whole thing.
Look at Jamie Lee Curtis's hunkers. If those eyes break contact with the milkers, I swear to God.
But it's also like there's so many things. Like I said, the House of Mirrors. She's gone for 2.5 hours. This one, they're in there forever, and he's like, "We should probably get back to the party," kind of thing. And it's just like so much weird shit like that. And then I don't know if I'm jumping too far ahead for the next time he's at Mark's house, which is really when shit hits the fan. I should also say, this is when it starts feeling like the writer is making her seem slightly more consensual.
Yeah, so the thing is, what she does is she goes to Adeline's perspective about like, man, no one's ever fucked me like that. I'm starting to really like Zayd with those eyes and that
can't stop thinking
feral. I can't stop thinking about it, and I know it's wrong. I know what he did. It's so wrong, but I'm so ashamed. As I play with the clits and I reach the bud, all I can think of is Zayd. The amount of time she says the bud is crazy.
It is
the sinful bud.
We talked about this last time too. The author thinks of a word. She's like, "That's a good word," and then uses it exclusively for the next 3 chapters, and then thinks of a new word and is like, "This is a better word." It's really, really poorly written.
Everything is so gross about the way she writes this kind of stuff. So the only one who's truly in danger is me. No, I whisper. I tip her chin up, brushing my lips softly against hers. The sharp intake of breath has my cock straining against my slacks. If you were my little girl, I would worship every inch of your body, for as long as our souls are tethered to this earth, my tongue would leave no part of you untouched. I nip at her lip, wringing a whimper. It's just so yucky. Just so gross. This is when they're in the movie theater, by the way, at the pedophile's house that he's supposed to be trying to bring down.
Yeah. And that's the part where he's doing his recon work.
Not really. So what he did is, they're at this dinner. Why were they there? Well, he was there because he's trying to be their friend. And he's trying to like get Adeline off Mark's radar, because now that Mark met Adeline, he was like blown away, so now he's going to kidnap and kill her. So he takes her to this party to try and like stop that from happening, but all he does is like mingle with pedophiles as like a friend, and then he goes and rapes Adeline in their movie theater. And this is what I was talking about, like with the slaps, where mid-stroke, I withdraw my fingers and grab her face with my hands, tightly squeezing her jaw. She mewls, crying from the loss and pain lancing through her face. I deliver one quick sharp slap to her pussy, enjoying her cries. He judo chops her pussy. Yeah.
Whenever you talk, whenever there's language like that, it makes me think of, I forget what property it's even from, but like licks his whole hand and just goes like like wind up and everything.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is like, I mean you're Genghis Swan.
Yeah.
I'll peel back the curtain.
Yeah.
I think all smut has a level of cringe to it. When you're writing sex, it's always going to have some cringe to it. But this is just like fucking kicking it into 97th gear, and it's just like...
Oh yeah, Danny, you weren't here when we did the first one. One of the first scenes of rape is he literally rapes her with a gun. So he takes a gun out, puts it in her mouth, and then puts it in her pussy, jamming it around.
I mean, at the end of the day, maybe I'm going to get canceled for this, so I apologize. My thoughts are my own. Oh, God. Like, the author of this book is just a gooner.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
like it is just the ramblings of a gooner's fantasy. Like that's why
Once
it's so
again,
out.
If the author was a man,
he'd be jailed.
Yeah,
He'd go straight to jail. He would be destroyed.
Go to jail. And I agree. I think this is also. I said this last time. If you are somebody with a CNC kink, a consensual non-consent, a rape fantasy. A book is one of the safest ways for you to enjoy your kink. I completely agree. I think with how popular this is, there's way too many people reading this that are probably disgusted by it. But I'm like...
I think you're wrong. I think there's a lot of people who are not disgusted by it. Like, I think the reason it's so... Like, it sells so well is because they're not disgusted by it.
Like, I feel like the whole thing with 50 Shades of Grey, I feel like that was I've never read it, never watched it. From what I've heard, I think that is consensual non-consent. Is that right? Have you guys watched it?
Nope.
I've watched all 3 movies. I never read the book, though.
It's like they have an arrangement, though, right? She's in on it.
She's 100% in on this relationship and everything that comes.
I feel like it's more just from the outside looking in. It feels like more of a power imbalance relationship over a full force, absolute no control.
This is just straight up unadulterated rape. Like, there's no way around it. It just is.
There's also multiple times in here. I highlighted them somewhere, but I haven't found them yet. There's multiple times where a character like Jay's you hunt down these pedophiles and these rapists, but you're literally stalking and raping a girl. And then Zayd's response is, yeah, but it's because I know she loves me.
Yep.
I know deep down this is what she wants me to do.
Jay doesn't say it even how you just did, though. He's like, yeah. You rape her. And it's like, whoa. Why is everybody okay with it?
He does make it like a joke. But there are times where the author calls it out, and then the response Zayd gives is, well, I know it's because she's going to love me deep down eventually.
Yeah.
I know this is what she wants.
Yeah, he's psychotic.
Yeah.
And we've kind of beat a dead horse here. Rape's bad. I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy that it's in the book. They're also going back to the writing style of how atrocious it is sometimes. There's the part where he walks into... It's at the fair. He walks into the room with all the dolls and stuff, and he's explaining it's like purple walls, and his line, and they're so much worse because it's the audiobook, and I'm driving and thinking about crashing into trees. And he walks in and he's like, ugh, did Barney shit in here? Oh, yeah. And I'm just like, what? That's your real thought of how to convey this is
that's like an actual teenager is writing.
Yes.
Yeah.
There were also a couple mentions of anime references.
There's a couple anime references.
Which means we're getting weeb gooner authors in real time. You're seeing it here.
Man, I highlighted so many things, but it is just kind of regurgitating the same points. Every time I reached the point where it was talking about their sex, I just started highlighting shit madly because it was so uncomfortable. I was like, this is gross.
I was on 1.5 speed for a lot of it, and still it wasn't fast enough for some of those scenes. There is, like we said, it picks up so much speed. The one towards the end outside of the house in the forest is multiple chapters. It's just 4 back-to-back sex scenes.
Yeah.
It's now they have a game. Now that she's in on it, he looks at her and is like, run. And then fucking hunts her down, which if that's what turns you on is really fucking weird. I like when she screams and runs away from me. So she runs into the forest. He tackles her. They have sex. She runs back towards the house, slams her against a tree, has sex. She runs back towards the house. He throws her in his car, has sex. That's the whole thing.
That was like 2 chapters.
And no breaks. Just boom, boom, boom.
Also, to your point you mentioned earlier about how the author tries to make you like Zayd, like, oh, he only like hurts bad people, and then I guess stalks Adeline and,
just her.
And sexually assaults her. But then there's also multiple times where she does this. You want to know what I do? This is at the fair. Like, she challenges, like, because he's toying around, what if someone walks in? How'd that make you feel, Adeline, seeing your naked flesh on display? And then she's like, oh, so you'd be okay with other people seeing me naked? And he says, you know what I'd do? He questions. I would let them watch. I would let them watch me claim you as mine and own every inch of your body. They would watch my cock fill every one of your holes and then watch you cry because of how hard you came. And then I'd fucking kill them. My cock would still be wet from your cum as I'd slice their throats for even daring to look at what's mine. So, like, he's totally fine killing innocent people. These are people who...
I just feel like I think the use of the word cock, cock, makes every sentence just disgusting.
Yeah,
like, it just makes it crude and blunt, and it's just the worst word for that appendage, I think, possible.
It's not tasteful.
It's not sexy. It is just gross.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, he's not a good guy. He openly talks about how he would just kill people whose crime is just going into the House of Mirrors.
All the time.
He made the mistake of coming in, so he slices their throat.
And that's my problem. This is a weird analogy. You remember, I'm sure in high school, this was big. There's a bird walking all over our screen. There was the whole thing where it's like people would write in the wrong tense. They'd write past tense and then present tense because they'd mess up some words.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Error.
Yeah, there's a lot of continuity errors in here where it's like, he's the best guy ever. Oh my God, he's doing this all for the... And then many times, he's just a horrible person.
Yeah, he's talking about like how he has no problem killing anyone that even so much as like looks in her direction.
Yeah. It is very odd. And like she tries to throw in some moments where like he's really sad about something that happens and she comforts him and he shivers like he's vulnerable. And then he's just an asshole again, like every single time. But then, we talked about this last time. So Danny, I don't know if we told you. The chapters either start the shadow, which is her, or the manipulator, which is him.
You got it backwards. He's the shadow.
He's the shadow. She's the manipulator. He's the shadow because he kills people and puts bullets in their head and stalks people. She's the manipulator because when she goes on stage, she thinks she makes people listen to what she's saying. It's very different. But the shadow chapters are all...
It actually is outrageously stupid why she calls herself the manipulator, because she writes books, so she manipulates them into having feelings because they read her words or some shit.
It's very different, where then the shadow's like, I walked into a warehouse and put bullets in 40 guys' heads. And you're like, okay.
Oh, God, yeah, I need to read you an action scene here in a moment, Danny. Holy fuck, the way she writes action is like how you would, and you would, like, when you're in elementary school, doodling, you're like, and then he shoots 5 people.
Exactly.
His friend said he only had 30 seconds.
Bullet around the crate.
Yeah.
You only have 30 seconds. I only need 10.
Which is actually like a line in here.
It's so bad. But, so the whole thing is leading to this crescendo of the whole time he's in Seattle to bring down this pedophile ring, which is Mark and other politicians and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It goes as far as he goes back to Mark's house for, it's like an initiation dinner?
It's not Mark's house, so you're getting confused. He kills Mark at the fair.
Mark.
The house he goes to is the other guy.
Yeah, what's his name?
Was it Jacob?
It's a younger guy.
Yeah, it's a younger guy, but he's like the Cream Supreme pedophile ritual guy. And he starts befriending him, like... So he's talking about like I need young girls. I need you to bring me little girls now, Jacob, to like get in his good graces. And Jacob's like, oh
yeah, like
this guy means business. You like children too? You want to join club? So
he's a caveman.
I would have enjoyed the book better if it was cavemen.
What the fuck is his name? I can't find it now.
But it culminates to him going to this guy's house while setting up an FBI raid and being super
fake
careful.
FBI
Fake
raid.
FBI. He has friends in the FBI, so he fakes the FBI raid. Instead of just bringing your friends in the FBI.
Daniel.
Daniel.
So he's one of the
nervous back there.
he's the new big pedophile on the block now that Mark's dead. And he's becoming...
It's the rule of two.
Yeah, like a Sith. So now that Mark's passed, been murdered, Zach is now being like really tight with Daniel. So he's getting initiated. He convinces Daniel that he needs like all these little girls and stuff. And Daniel's like, all right, get the fuck in this fucking club. So now he's in like the ritual. He's putting on the garb. And
this is the end.
This is unless there's anything else you want to do. It's called the Eternal Rebirth.
It's first there was the one at Daniel's house.
Yeah, that was the normal dinner party where he had like a little girl put on his lap.
Yeah, they were gonna serve the little girl, and then Zayd does the whole like
serve like with a suit.
I think they eat them too.
Oh,
yeah,
there's a weird mix. They eat children and
they
pedophiles.
They consume them like their flesh or some shit.
They do, and they drink their blood and that kind of thing. But so Zayd is like, this is where he makes the FBI raid kind of thing, and he sets up a distraction and saves the little girl. And it's like, oh my god, he's a hero. But it's very, very interesting because he like has to pretend and put her on his lap, and that like the whole thing's wildly uncomfortable, especially to listen to a man reading it. I don't like that at all.
Sure is.
And like his voice is like, yeah, I'm Zayd. And he's like, so I put her on my lap, and I was like, whoa,
yeah,
I hate this.
I'm Batman.
Yeah, but now once again, this builds to the crescendo.
I guess before we get there,
oh god,
one thing that the author set up, which is totally fucking worthless, is that whole plot line with her great grandmother and her stalker.
Oh yeah. What happened with that?
So her mother anonymously sent her letters, which allowed Adeline and Daya to cross-reference and trace that her great-grandmother's stalker that she fell in love with, which is supposed to be like the parallel to what she's going through with Zayd, the stalker was not the one that killed her. It was actually her husband, who found out about the affair and murdered her out of a passion. And the mother knew, Nana, her grandmother, knew about it and covered it up. And so she lived at that house to punish herself, to always surround herself with bad memories.
That's right.
And Adeline's mother found out, which is why she hated her grandmother. And that's the whole thing. It adds fucking nothing.
Which you once again reminded me, we talked about this kind of thing in the first one too, where like she adds a plot point and then it's gone forever.
Yeah, it's just useless.
There were real ghosts.
Oh yeah, there were
in
real
the
ghosts
beginning.
for a while.
Like they would walk through and be like, I can see my breath and I have a chill and I see something run past me and do this and help me find something. And then ghosts aren't in there for the last 300 pages. They're just gone. Oh.
Yeah.
Go on. Talk about the big ending.
Oh, with the Eternal Rebirth? Because that was the whole ending to the great-grandmother stalker.
Yeah.
Turns out it wasn't the stalker.
The ending of the book.
In fact, if you go by this book, there's no such thing as a bad stalker.
Yeah,
like, stalkers are good guys.
It actually turns out the stalkers have always been the good guys. They're just being viewed incorrectly.
Yeah. There's a limit of rape that apparently it flips to, like, a hero.
Oh,
that's crazy. According to Haunting of Adeline. But yeah, the Eternal Rebirth is their ritual where they sacrifice a child and like coat themselves in the blood or something. I'm trying to find the names.
Something like that.
I'm trying to find the names here because I can't recall, but he's getting initiated. He puts on like the cloak and stuff, and then he meets like a dweeb, like a really anxious dweeb, and then he starts doing his tough guy talk. I'm trying so hard to
And this was, I'll say, for the whole book and all the writing problems, this was the most well-portrayed scene. I can still picture it in my head, the room they go into, the circle for the kid that gets murdered for blood, all the people in the robes around the room. Like, this was the best written part. There was a part where I'm, like, driving and I'm listening to it, and I was like, all right, like, what's that? Like, I'm actually a little invested in this action for the first time in the whole book.
Yeah, so they have a child up there. They're about to sacrifice... Well, Zayd's about to sacrifice the kid, and that's when he says, close your eyes, I whisper. Don't open them until I tell you. Gripping the blade tightly, I lift it up and swipe my arm to the left directly into the frat boy's throat. The chanting stutters before stopping completely, gasp ringing out as the boy beside me suffocates on his blood. jerk the blade out, the suctioning noise swallowed by his choked gasps. He's staring at me, eyes wide in disbelief. And the frat boy he's talking about is a guy who's like, I can't wait to kill a kid. I can't wait to kill kids. I need to eat their blood. That kind of thing. And then, this is the big twist, an explosion rings out. Jay comes through. Oh, God, where is it? The explosion breaks out. Jay shows up. Jay's like his camera guy. Jay's the guy who says, like, I can turn the cameras off for 10 minutes. And Zayd usually goes, I only need 3. That kind of thing. And then he goes and slaughters bad guys. But this time...
okay, hang on, back up. I didn't hear the first part. Why does he need a cameraman?
He's a hacker.
Yeah.
So Zayd...
the second best hacker in the world behind Zayd.
Yeah, Zayd taught Jay everything he knows about hacking. Zayd he's basically like a server admin. He can do anything in life as long as there's technology involved. He can hack every camera. He can hack fucking digital alarm clocks if he wants to. So he taught Jay...
No, it's got to be really difficult to get into. I'm making you late for your meeting.
Yeah, I like how that's the one I went to. Like, that's so crazy.
The Pentagon and digital alarm clocks.
And my smartwatch. But yeah, so Jay's like the hacker. So it's really weird that Jay shows up after this explosion. And then it turns out...
Wait, does that mean there's a Haunting Adeline 2?
There is.
Which I do not want to read. So she does it.
Yeah.
I don't think it says that.
It doesn't. It doesn't. We can take that. I'll take that out. That's a big... We'll save that for the others. But yeah.
So we'll rewind. Hopefully everything was scrubbed from there.
If not, fuck it.
Yeah, who cares? But so, like Charlie was saying, kid almost gets killed. Zayd takes the knife, kills the frat guy to his right or left, whatever. Mm-hmm. Big explosion right as this is about to happen.
Yep.
Jay comes on the fucking earpiece, Bluetooth earpiece he wears everywhere, and is like, whoa, like we've been double crossed. Like,
someone knew our every move before we made it.
And he's like, come in, like this is terrible. Or maybe Jay walks in the room or something.
He came in like after the explosion.
That's right, because Zayd's like, Jay is never here. Why is this happening? And it was a big setup to try to kill Zayd. Yep. I think they fight their way out, or does it just end?
It ends there. So this is the final piece we get of Zayd and Jay. Glad you can figure that out, Jason Scott. Now let's see those hands, otherwise this single bullet will find its way in both of your fucking heads.
That's right. They really...
Wait, is that the last word of the book?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
There's another chapter with Adeline. So Adeline, after they've solved grandmother's murder...
That's all coming back to me.
After they solve grandmother's murder, her and Daya, they go their separate ways. She gets a text from Daya about like an urgent matter she needs to tend to. So Adeline freaks out like, oh my God, Daya needs my help. This never really happens. So she gets in her car and she drives. Car follows her, fucking pit maneuvers her, and wrecks her out. And then the final line of the book is, just get her in the van, Rio. Max already going to be pissed we fucked up his van. So quit fucking around. The police will be here soon. Time to go to sleep, princess.
And Max...
is a guy from way earlier.
Is the gang guy from earlier that they've been worried about the whole time.
Yeah, so Max was a associate of Archibald.
Yep.
Yeah, his name.
Wait, you don't know Archibald?
I don't know Archibald.
What was his whole name?
Archibald Van Winklersmith. I don't know.
Yeah,
it was
something dumb.
It was really juvenile, but Archibald was a guy who made the mistake of meeting Adeline in a club, and he was going to go home and. Like, they were about to have sex, but he's apparently like a really abusive guy. So Zayd, upon seeing them about to have sex, kills him. And that puts Adeline in danger because then everyone else in that gang is now after them. So he ends up killing Archibald's entire family. But Max knew something was afoot. So he's been kind of on her tail ever since. And now he's got her.
I'm trying to... Archibald Talvara. Because it was the Talvara people. Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
We don't need to rehash Archie's tale.
No, we already did that one. This book sucks.
It does.
It's like an actual
So are we reading
stinker.
number 2?
I mean, I think we have to now. We have to know who was behind the setup.
Oh, yeah. How could we know? Hopefully Charlie edited that out.
I think Charlie might have edited out that huge spoiler that he looked up.
So yeah, I think we should read number 2. Problem is, we can't rag on it as much. Well, not a problem. It's going to be much more consensual.
This is, yeah.
Oh, is it?
It's got to be.
It has to be, unless he finds a new person to stalk and rape. So, like, in the second book, it feels like it's going to be all action. Like, this feels like it'll be the Dark Knight to the Batman Begins.
Almost as well written.
Yeah. Because now they're separated, right? Because now he's captured by mystery villain, and she is with Max.
Yeah.
So, like, how can they possibly...
So this has now become Taken.
Yeah, it's basically Taken.
Oh, I hope he calls Max and goes, I have a special set of skills.
I bet you the writing in that book is going to be some of the most nonsensical garbage.
Maybe they're going to, like, Men in Black mind zap her so she forgets that she loves him, and then he gets to rape her all over again from scratch.
I hate this. I hate this so much. And, like, I feel like we have to read number 2.
I actually want to read number 2. Like, there is no way. Like, how can it even be smutty? It can't be. There's nobody left.
Let's make some theories now for the end of this. I think he finds her within the first 2 chapters and it gets back to sex.
Damn, you're probably right. He is the best hacker. He could probably digitize himself in an email and send it to her.
Yes.
And it can pop out.
Max goes, wait, I got an email. Boom! Fucking like Code Lyoko shit. Yeah. Also, Charlie, I'm going to go like this a whole bunch. I need you to check 10 seconds ago and see if you see my credit card number. I need to keep that in my pocket. Please.
Stop showing
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll look for it.
It's a little Easter egg for anybody who actually watches.
Oh, God. But, yeah, I bet you he finds her fast as shit, and it's right back to sexual assault city.
You're probably right, actually.
In fact, I'm going to buy the audiobook and start on my way home.
The first chapter is how I found Adeline. Her pussy laid bare before me as I tickled a bud with my gun.
Thank God, when I swung the door open and shot Max in the head, he had just gotten her naked for me.
I said, thanks for preparing the meal. I can't wait to devour her.
Oh, this hurts me. Yeah, book sucks. Yeah, book it's bad. Trash.
Terrible book.
Okay, you guys, since apparently this is a thing, and you guys are rating the next one, let's make a rating.
Oh yeah,
let's rate it.
True.
This is the Charlie Book Talk rating scale. How many spicy peppers?
Was it not the Matt Book Talk?
Well, you have your own rating.
Oh,
you had the audio. You'll do the audiobook rating.
The voices are phenomenal. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would probably get. How many spicy out of 5? You said.
That's how they. I don't. You don't have to use spicy peppers. I know when my fiance.
Oh yeah! Congratulations, Danny.
I'm glad this is the video people learning it.
When she is looking up recommendations on like TikTok or something, that's how they rate how like smutty the book is. Is how many spicy peppers. Like 5 spicy peppers, it's basically all sex kind of thing.
So I think you
should come up with your own scale.
Two levels here. There's the book rating.
Yeah.
Spicy rating.
I like that. I'll do the spicy rating. You can do the book rating, or do you want to flip that? I'm fine either way.
You can do both, and I can do both too.
Okay, we just do that then. Book rating, I would give this. I don't know if zeros are like uncouth in the book community, but it is a bad read. Like even setting aside like the subject matter, it is written like some kind of a like drama club, throwaway project. Like I don't like the way it's written. I don't like the way it conveys anything. I do agree the ending is the strongest part by far, because then she finally abandons this is like rubbing butter on a butt cheek of a bitch. Like that kind of stupid shit.
I would have liked that more.
She finally gets rid of that, and it seems like much more grounded.
Yeah.
But the rest of the book is just so awful to read. As far as like the smuttiness of it goes, I would argue of the 605 pages, probably 320-ish are dedicated entirely to describing rape.
Yep. And a lot of the others are building up to it.
Yeah.
Legitimately. And him talking about how excited he is for those pages to get there.
Yeah.
You remember the book when, I mean, it's still probably a book, but we would have read it as a child, where it's Sesame Street. And they're scared of the monster at the end of the book.
Yeah.
So like, it's who's the blue guy on Sesame
Grover.
Street? Yeah, Grover is so scared to get to the end of the book. So
or is it the Cookie Monster? Which one is
Cookie Monster?
Cookie Monster is, but I think it's Grover who's in the book. I don't know if he's also blue. Grover's in the book. He's chaining pages, and he's like, I swear you can't turn the next page. That's how Zayd is like, turn that fucking page. Like, I'm ready to get to it.
I am the monster.
But I would agree. I think this is it's not all sex, so I'll go a 4 out of 5 on the spicy scale.
Yeah. I was going to do it in half. So, like, since about half of the book is smuttiness, I was going to give it a 2.5 spicy peppers out of 5.
I think
You're just doing percentage.
Yeah, it's doing percentage.
You know what? It's no longer a scale. It's 50% smut. And since Charlie's editing this, I can't wait to see the fun graphics.
Yeah, here, the peppers will be right here.
It's just a fucking PNG of a pepper.
There won't even be that.
And I agree. On the book itself, I will give it a 0. I didn't like the contents. I didn't think the writing was solid. So the 0. I think with Haunting Adeline 2, do you want to go back to back, or should we read an ACOTAR?
I think we should just go back to back.
Right.
While it's still
I'll get it right now.
Yeah, I need to go pick it up from Barnes & Nobles.
What's their name again, the author? Because they're getting another 20 fucking schmackaroonies from me.
H.D. Carlton.
Haunting Adeline. Ah, yes, they call it The Cat and Mouse Duet, Book 2.
Yeah.
$22?
All right, when are you writing your next smut book?
Oh, yeah.
Genghis Swan?
Yeah.
When does he pick up the pen again?
So we have... Oh, you can cut this out if you want. We have a property that we have all written that is smutty.
Yeah.
Could be turned into smut.
We read that for the charity stream, actually.
Should we get somebody to turn that into a book?
We should. Yeah. It's a good whodunit, I thought.
Yeah. Real quick. I'm just going to give you the preview of book 2 so you can hear the voices.
My eyes shut as a sob crawls up my throat. A tear slip.
Sorry, it's on 2.5 speed.
Yeah, it was really fast.
Let's go to 1
Through my lashes, and my chest shakes with exertion, trying not to break down.
So that's Adeline.
This was my...
I showed them last time. I'm really just showing Danny at this point.
Yeah, Danny wasn't here.
That's for me.
It by Teddy Hamilton and with the buckle pulsating with...
Let me show you Zayd.
Mouth slow. Are you okay? Panic etched into every line on his face, and his hazel eyes are rounded with fear as he kneels before me.
I wish I could show you him saying cock.
Can you have it swap to like a different accent? That'd be cool.
Really
Like we can make them all Australian.
I'm choosing to hold on to it, carrying something meaningful.
Yeah, it's not worth it. You get the picture. All right, I'll buy the book. I'm gonna buy it right now.
All right, I'll go grab a physical copy the way God intended.
Yep.
All right, well, that was the first complete book of our book club.
We did it. If there's books you want to see and you've made it this far, put it below.
Yeah. Do not recommend.
Yeah. Don't actually unrecommend. Don't read.
Yeah, it's an advisory warning to not read it. It sucks.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Well, let me buy the book.
They probably took it down. Alright, I was going to wait for the final season of The Boys to wrap up before giving my take on it, but it's been such a frequent subject on streams now. I've been yapping about it so much that I figured, you know what, let's just go ahead and debrief here towards the end of the season about my thoughts on the final season of The Boys. I think the first season is when the show was at its best because what it did was something actually unique, where you have a group of just dudes, just average Joe Schmo, booger-eating, normal goobers, going up against superhumans. That feels like an insurmountable task. How the fuck are they going to ever beat these corrupt superheroes? They have powers. They don't. So they actually had to get very creative and scheme and grind their way to accomplish anything, even begin tiptoeing in the direction of accomplishing something against these odds. So when they did actually accomplish something or beat a superhero, killing a soup, it was a triumph, and it was something extremely big, a pivotal moment. But then, as the seasons progressed, it kept losing that spark, and now it's just soup versus soup, and they're just constantly killing each other, so it just feels so weightless now. And then even the main group of the boys, they get their own superpowers as well, so it just, to me, doesn't have that same oomph that it did in season 1. But I don't want this to be misconstrued as me thinking the show's gone to shit or something. I still enjoy it. I'm still entertained by it. but I do think it just isn't as high quality as it once was, because now it's devolved into more just like soup versus soup shit. And some of the core members of the boys haven't had shit to do in so long. Like Huey gets dreadfully little to actually do here. He contributes almost nothing now to beating Homelander and stopping all of this. He's just kind of tagging along for the ride. Same thing with Mother's Milk. Now, Butcher's got superpowers, so now he kind of gets to handle things himself, and now they have the virus, so that's like the main thing. It's just everything that I think the show was doing in a unique way in season 1, it has slowly been losing over the course of the seasons, and now in the final season, it's really just completely gone in my eyes. But again, I don't think it's bad, it's just, I don't like it nearly as much as I did is all. There is nothing that's been filler about the episodes. They're just giving you more information on some of the characters in the show that's not filler. And every single episode progresses the overall plot. Like, all of it moves forward. I won't get into spoilers, but one of the bigger villain characters just died in the last episode. There's nothing filler about it. I've made it clear that I'm not the biggest fan of this season. I think it is probably the worst so far. But the complaint that it is all filler, I think is just completely wrong. So, like, one of the things they're using is Terror plotline, and we're getting into spoilers, so spoiler warning. Like, Terror banging Homelander toy thing, even that's not filler. What's happening is, through the eyes of the dog, it's quirky, I don't love it, but it's not filler. Through the eyes of the dog, you're seeing the fallout of everything that's happening with the group and the boys, and you're seeing Butcher still has that bit of human side left in him due to his relationship with Terror. So you get to see that. That is still integral to the plot. And it is something that was explored in previous seasons, granted not in the same way, but it is still delivering plot-relevant information. Even the stuff with Terror, which everyone's pointing to is like, no, this is definitely filler, see? And it should be obvious why the Firecracker storyline is also not filler, because it is showcasing her complex relationship with Homelander and God. And if she's going to choose God or Homelander, and it slowly builds that up, and the turmoil that she feels inside, especially with a pastor that basically raised her. And now she's gonna ultimately choose between Homelander or God. Like, all of that is plot relevant and important. And again, these are all things that were explored in previous seasons as well. And now for some reason they're being pointed at as, oh, it's just filler, who cares? It's still important to the plot. And I know people are like, oh, it's the last 5 minutes with Firecracker is the only canon thing, everything else is filler. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Filler is when everything that happens actually has no bearing on the overarching plot. It is its own little side quest. Most notoriously with, like, the bounce in Bleach. Good heavens, I actually watched that entire arc. That is filler. Or in other shows where they are just trying to pad out time and a little bit of bloat, so they instead put you on like a side rail that doesn't ever overlap. That's filler. What's happening with the boys isn't filler. They're giving you more information about these characters as they come deeper into the fold on the overarching plot, and every single time they do. They are. Again, Firecracker ultimately chooses Homelander over God, throwing away Jesus in the trash can right before her death. So everything you saw with Firecracker is clearly important, it's not filler. Again, I don't really like this season very much, but that complaint of it's all filler makes no sense to me. It's like you're not even watching it. Now, a complaint I can understand is that the pacing you don't like. The pacing is bad. That I would agree with. I think the pacing in the final season has been not optimal. It has been glacial at points in what is supposed to be like an explosive final season. So it is definitely moving far slower than I think it should, and it's spending time in areas I don't think it needs to. And that is leading to it feeling kind of like a slog. So I would get that if that was the main complaint, if people were making that complaint more than calling it filler. Because it's not filler. Kimiko deserves better. Oh, that's another one of my big complaints about this season. They have... I was going to say ruined, but maybe that's too harsh. They have really done a number on Kimiko's character. Like I said, having her speak, I think, was a natural progression to the character. They built up to it for multiple seasons and did a good job slowly, gradually getting there. But now they have her speak and all she does is talk about porn and use TikTok Zoomer words and shit. It's so upsetting. Only characters I think they did really well with are A-Train and Firecracker. I completely agree. I think they did a great job with both of those characters. And Homelander. I I don't know if it's a hot take or not. I don't really know, but I think they've still done a really good job with Homelander. They built up to his current motive, I think, pretty seamlessly. Just constantly chipping away at it. I do think they kind of flipped the switch too quickly, though, at the end, just to get over the line. But overall, I think they did a good job with Homelander's character as well. Homelander feels a lot more stupid now. Well, to be fair, every character has been a lot more stupid since season 1. Homelander used to be a lot more crafty and actually have good plans and stuff, but it hasn't been that way in a while. I wouldn't even say that's like a season 5 thing. They actually nerfed the intelligence of every character. To go a bit further, it also feels like they're getting some ass pulls out there now. So like in the most recent episode, spoilers, I will get into spoilers here, they introduce a character, Mount Chemical, that's able to put Homelander to sleep with his breath. Like it actually knocks him out. That's like an extremely powerful thing. They also imprisoned Homelander. One of his weaknesses is enriched uranium. Like, so now they're bringing in some like weaknesses and some natural counters to Homelander, just for the sake of like self-contained moments in these episodes, when previously he was the raid boss. The only solution was the virus, the only hope. And if you were going to fight him, you really needed to bring the fucking whole football squad. But now, some random alcoholic gooner's breath knocks him out. Like, I don't know. That, I think, is just a little lame as well. But contrary to a lot of other people's complaints, I actually like that they're giving time to other characters like Black Noir, Deep, that kind of stuff. I actually do appreciate that. I was very interested to see where these characters would be going and what's going to happen, so I do like that they're spending time there. I don't think it's filler arcs by any means, because it does ultimately still progress the plot forward. So I do like that. I see a lot of people don't, which, you know, I'm not your dad, that's fine. I'm not going to come in there with the belt. Like, that's okay for you to like that or dislike that. I happen to like that they're exploring the other characters. But in doing so, I will say that some of the more main characters get shockingly little that they actually get to do in this season. So for the final season, our main boys aren't fucking doing anything. They're on the bench. They are fundamentally just sidelined characters. Like, they've done one thing so far with testing the virus, and then that was it. Then they lose the virus. Because for some reason, no one is ever paying attention, ever. So, like, while they're at Stan's bunker, the daughter just wanders off for hours and then reunites with her father, and he destroys the virus. Like, so, in order for things to go wrong, it's because the characters are just oblivious and really lazy, I guess. Anyway, I'll pump the brakes on yapping about the boys for now. There's still 3 episodes remaining in the final season, which I am shocked by, because I don't know how the fuck they're going to wrap this up in 3 episodes. That feels like it's going to be extremely rushed and underwhelming. With everything as it currently is, nothing feels like it's really in the end game or in its final stages where it can reach a satisfying conclusion, but I guess we'll see. Why, I oughta, you know what? While I'm already yapping, there's another topic I'm finally going to cover in depth, getting into the weeds, the nitty-gritty. Red Dead 2. For years, I have been haunted by this chirping about my Red Dead 2 take, because for some reason, people have convinced themselves that I hate Red Dead 2, which I think is just bafflingly delusional, because in my review of it, I gave it a positive review. I gave it a good score. I really like Red Dead 2. But we live in an age now where if you have any criticism about anything, it means that you actually hate it and can't be a fan of it. You have to worship it fully, view it as complete perfection, otherwise you hate it, I guess. Red Dead 2 I think is a great game, but I don't think it's flawless. I don't think it's without a few shortcomings. The biggest one for me personally is that it is so realistic to its own detriment. And for some people, that's a great thing. That's 2 thumbs way up. That's a selling point for some people. But in my opinion, I think it's just tedious for the sake of being slow. It's not even really immersive. I hated how looting functioned in Red Dead 2, where I have to open each individual cabinet in order to loot each individual can of beans, or each individual gold doubloon. And this is a complaint that I carry for other games that do something similar, like Crimson Desert, where I have to loot each individual gold piece. For me, it's not immersive, it's a fucking slog, and it makes me roll my eyes every time I start looting something. Again, I had the same complaint in Crimson Desert, where I have to go through and pick up each fucking individual popsicle stick on the ground anytime I'm looting something. It doesn't need to be that way. I can still be immersed if I can just pick up the whole kit and caboodle of gold that's on the ground there, instead of having to go, well, like, oh, here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one, oh, and here's one. For me, I didn't like it. So that was a big complaint, because looting is a big part of Red Dead 2, but it is so mind-numbingly slow. It is realistic, yes, but I think it is so realistic that it becomes detrimental. I think it's commendable that they have horse balls that shrink when it gets colder and stuff like that. Amazing work. It is cool, a lot of the realism that they have in there, but it does come at the expense of some quality of life things that I would expect from a game like Red Dead 2, where looting isn't the most miserably boring, slow, lame experience there is. So yes, I do find that to be an issue. It is a complaint I have on Red Dead 2. It doesn't mean I hate the game. I still love the game. But I didn't like that. You see, Darman fam, you can like things, you can love things, and still be able to recognize certain things about it that maybe you don't find to be the best thing ever made. The Mummy is my favorite movie ever. Do I think The Mummy is a perfect film? Fuck yes I do. But that's a rare exception because The Mummy is cinema masterpiece. But The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie. And do I think that that is a perfect movie? You bet your sweet bippy I do. And you know why? Because nothing can achieve perfection except for those two films. I don't care about the Scorpion King's bad CGI. It's a product of its time, and you know what? I think it works really well in the film. But most things, even if you love them, you can recognize that it's not perfect. And that's okay to point that out, and you can still like it. My only other complaint with Red Dead 2, and it's one that I don't even think is that big of a deal, it's that the gameplay is still exactly the same as it was back in the first Red Dead, with very minimal evolution of it. The gunplay still felt exactly the same, just the very safe, standard Rockstar gunplay formula, and I just wanted a little bit more from that. It didn't ruin the game, I still enjoyed it, I still really like Red Dead 2, but to this day, people still act as though I hate it. And people still bring it up constantly during streams like, well, Charlie hates Red Dead 2, so this is a fucking wash anyway. And it's like, what are you talking about? I don't hate Red Dead 2. I've never said that. I've always liked that game. I just had two complaints, neither of which I think ruin it by any means. It's just a couple of things that I would have liked to have seen a little bit better, like a more evolved combat system that isn't pretty much one-to-one what it was a decade prior, and looting that doesn't make me fucking fall asleep where I'm looting each individual thing, opening each drawer and each, checking under each fucking cushion on the sofa for a can of beans. Those are the only two things I had an issue with. Everything else I think is amazing. Top tier. So yes, I like Red Dead 2. I'm tired of people pretending that I don't. It's weird. So I wanted to set the record straight on that. Anyway, I'll stop ranting for now. That's really about it. See ya. 14-year-old looks for a husband at her Halloween party? Is this someone that Ray Diaz kidnapped recently? What the fuck is that? How is it? Why is that even on here? It seems illegal. Complete stranger proposes to 17-year-old. Jesus. The mama bear attacks the bride. See, that sounds better. No one's underage. My god, her dad looks like the crypt keeper. What did she steal their pickaxe? What was that? His mom is Slash, that's kinda cool. Pee-wee's Pee-wee's not old, you're old. Can't you see he's still young?
Family, and then she got mad.
Gorger? Bride? What does that mean? Gorger sounds like a Destiny 2 enemy.
Sugar-coated, but
like a Leviathan raid boss, the Gorger. Oh god, you don't want to get Pee-wee involved. He's got a 1990s hip-hop album to drop. Oh shit, it's the getaway.
From all the drama, and then Pee-wee yelled at his mom, and
there's no way that girl's 21 years old.
after she left, everything went
The Gorger clan is faking documents. Pee-wee here is marrying like a 15-year-old. This looks super normal. Where's my boy Pee-wee at with his sideways cap?
We're gonna put a gypsy curse on it and watch it all fall apart.
Does she even have teeth on her bottom row?
as the celebration.
The reason I'm here is to get my ex-wife back. I'm not gonna let her go that easily. I'm gonna stop at nothing to
That's
gain
the
her
spirit.
back.
Kidnap.
Jamie, just shut up. He's here.
Oh god, is she gonna cheat on the wedding night? Man, she only has 3 teeth on her bottom row. This rescue mission hasn't gone very well for him. Where's that tough talk from earlier?
I don't want him. He knows that. He knows that. I chose you over him.
Get the away from me.
What the fuck? She just kicked him out.
Just that Amber's been cheating on you with her ex-husband. Basically since y'all got together. And now you're married.
Prove it.
He just looked
Oh, he just takes it at face value.
considering we are a family.
Newlywed Dustin needs
Oh wait,
to
what?
decide
They're related? Wait, this is incestual? Oh, that changes everything. That explains the teeth.
We're still seeing each other.
I would have left like hours ago.
Listen here, swag master, neck tattoos. Your wife is the only one with a full set of teeth in this entire clan. You should stick with her.
For real, I really don't cut this cake or what?
Oh, damn. He blew it. Oh shit! It's super fake.
Grab the cake and smash it.
The show's fake, but the incest is probably real.
Somebody like it.
So now he's gonna fuck his sister?
She's already in your family.
I know, but
she's your cousin.
Nice. Which makes it his cousin too, baby! Alabama. Bang.
Everybody knows what you are.
Well, didn't they just get married? A guy came in there with a cigarette as a weapon. How the police are already there? What the fuck? Jesus, that response time is legendary. Literally less than a minute.
Me and Chastity are back at my mom's house.
So, what?
Amber's not there anymore.
Is he fucking his sister
and
again?
It's just really become a happily ever after.
I'm glad you came to your senses.
Family's all that matters.
Yeah, when it comes to breeding, yeah.
Dustin.
Nothing better than the Targaryen approach, keeping the bloodline pure. There are only 2 certainties in life: death and Charlie being wrong with one of his predictions. You have to ask yourself, it's another day. Does that mean Charles was wrong about something else today? The answer is usually yes. Does a bear shit in the woods? So, for a while I've been very excited about Hollow Knight Silksong. I am a huge fan of Hollow Knight, but I have been a bit of a Scrooge when it comes to hopium in regards to Hollow Knight Silksong. I have said many times it probably won't be coming for quite a while, because there just hasn't been a peep in so long, except for like a couple of like tiny little tidbits, these little tiddlywinks that they drop occasionally over the years, but never anything substantial enough to convince me it would release. And we even had that song and dance with Phil Spencer a couple of years ago, showing Hollow Knight Silksong at one of the Xbox conferences and saying that it would be out within a year. Well, a year went by and it didn't come out. It just petered out once again, never arrived. This year, there was more hype and a lot of hoopla about Hollow Knight Silksong coming out in 2025, and I just didn't put a lot of stock in it. I just didn't believe in it. I'd been hurt before. We've already been through this song and dance when it comes to Silksong, so I kept saying, probably not, and don't get your hopes up. Well, turns out I was wrong. It is definitively confirmed to come out this year. Team Cherry even has a tweet announcing a special presentation on Thursday for it, which I am beyond excited for. And today at Gamescom, Jeff Keighley confidently stated that it will be out this year and even showed an extended teaser. It is apparently even playable at Gamescom, so it is a real game that exists and will actually come out this year.
For 6 years, Team Cherry has been crafting Hollow Knight Silksong. It is highly anticipated and Steam's most wish-listed game. Well, tonight, I can finally definitively tell you that Silksong is 100% actually launching this year. And behind me, you're seeing some brand new Silksong gameplay, the first extended look since the last trailer in 2022. And starting tomorrow, you guys here at Gamescom can play a demo at the Nintendo and Xbox booths. There you go. Silksong is real.
Now, when it comes to my gaming predictions, I'm usually really happy to be proven wrong about them because it typically means a game I'm looking forward to is coming out, which is, yeehaw, big whoopee moment for me. So I'm happy that I was wrong about Silksong not releasing this year. Though, admittedly, it's not in my hands yet. Shit's not here yet. So, who knows? It could go tits up all of a sudden at the finish line. It's not 100% in the books yet. I guess we'll see. But barring a catastrophic, unforeseen circumstance, the game will release this year, which is extraordinary. Now, I don't want to just yap solely about Hollow Knight Silksong, albeit I definitely could, because I really am pumped for it. I'm going to need to replay Hollow Knight again soon here for the gaming channel. I want to blabber about a couple of other topics I've been getting asked about a lot recently. But before diving into that spaghetti and meatballs, I would like to also talk about something that I've been getting asked about a lot over the last few hours. So earlier today, I posted that video announcing that Queso is an owner of Cheeky with us. It's our soap company. We're extremely excited to have Queso on board, and a lot of people learned about Cheeky for the first time. So some people that were really interested in trying Cheeky went to order it only to notice that international shipping is astronomical pricing. And I want to just talk about that briefly here. We do not set the international shipping rate. All of our soap is made here in America. We make it in Montana. We also make some of it here ourselves in Tampa when we're testing it. But it is manufactured in America, in Montana, thus it ships from here. So we are subject to really expensive international shipping rates for this product. That is out of our hands, and initially, when we launched, and for the first few months, we didn't even have international shipping turned on because it is so expensive. You literally pay more for the shipping of our soap than you do the actual product. But we turned it on by popular demand for people saying they don't care, they just really want to try the soap, doesn't matter the shipping cost. So we turned it on as an option for them. But we recognize how crazy the price is. That is not us. We are not trying to hose you down with international shipping rates for our benefit. Trust me, if we could, we would get it much lower. And hopefully in the future, as Cheeky grows, we will be able to have warehouses internationally that we can ship inventory to, so it'll ship from there to you. Thus, it wouldn't have that huge international shipping price attached to it. But I wanted to mention that because I know a lot of people were really shocked by that and a little confused on why that's the case. Trust us, we know it's frustrating for us as well, and we'd love to get that down in the future, but at our current size, it's just not feasible for us to open up warehouses overseas, but hopefully in the future. So now, the next thing I wanted to talk about is a movie review I didn't do. I have still been seeing a lot of movies that I haven't been reviewing, and one of them was Nobody 2. I haven't heard a lot of buzz about the film in general, but on stream I've been getting asked a few times about well, why am I not reviewing Nobody 2? Because I've talked about seeing it and I said it was fine, I liked it, and people were like, well, what the fuck, why didn't you review it? This is ridiculous. Sometimes there's movies I'll see that I just really don't feel like reviewing, and Nobody 2 is one of them. I really like the first Nobody movie, and the sequel here is fine. It's very clearly a cash grab off of Nobody. That was a movie that kind of, I don't know, I wouldn't say it was a huge breakout success that everybody talks about, everyone knows about. It wasn't like John Wick where it just blew up and spawned a whole franchise. But Nobody is a film that a lot of people are familiar with, really appreciated. So now they came back around here looking for what I consider would be an easy payday of just making a sequel. It doesn't really have a whole lot that it wants to say. It does kind of jump the shark a bit as well, but it is fun. It's a silly, fun action movie. Bob Odenkirk back in the saddle again, going on vacation with his family to Plummerville, and they end up uncovering a huge drug operation, and he ends up killing a bunch of people. His family kills some people too. It's a good time, but it's nothing special. It's the most popcorn flick, and then when you leave the theater, you'll think about it maybe a couple times, and then it'll just kind of fade out. It's not as good as the first one. It doesn't really even try to be. It's content just being a fun ride for an hour and a half. I just don't have a whole lot to say about it. That's it. That's the only reason I didn't review it. But if you just want to see an action movie, you probably won't be disappointed. Moving on to the next thing, Resident Evil. So I've been doing a Resident Evil marathon for a month and a half now, playing all 30 Resident Evil games. And a lot of people have been asking, am I going to be doing a tier list or a ranking when I'm all done? And also, how many do I have left? I've been getting asked this a lot. So, yes, I will be doing a ranking of every Resident Evil game from worst to best, the definitively most dog shit to the absolute goated Resident Evil game. I have currently done 24 Resident Evil games, so I'm almost finished. Tonight I'll be finishing Resident Evil 5 on stream with Matt. Then it's Revelations 2, then 6, then 7, then 8, then Mercenaries 3D, and then finally Degeneration. But Degeneration I am having the hardest time setting up because it's an N-Gage game. If you remember the fucking N-Gage from back in the day. The emulator is such a bitch to get going. I cannot get that to work, so I think I'm just going to skip it. This is me making an announcement that I'm probably just skipping Degeneration. It is a throwaway title anyway. I tried. I even reached out to Bakba Soup about it, and when he tried to get it working on his end again because he had it working at one point, it no longer works now. It is a huge headache to set up. It is really not worth the struggle, so I'm probably just going to cut that one. So, yeah, I wanted to let you know that right now. But to answer the main question, yes, I will be ranking them all. And I'm very excited to do that. I've been having an extreme amount of fun playing through every Resident Evil game, and I plan on doing more of these marathons for other franchises going forward. I don't know if there's any other franchises like Resident Evil where it'll be this many games, fucking 30 games, but I'm certainly open to it. But Final Fantasy was the other one I was thinking about, but I don't know if those are fun to stream, so I'll probably do Final Fantasy like over a long period of time off stream for the gaming channel. Now the next topic I think I'll just go ahead and close out the video with because it's a very big topic and it's one I've already talked about quite a bit, but it continues to just snowball. Roblox and everything happening with Roblox. I have been keeping up with it. I've been keeping my finger on the pulse of everything in regards to Roblox because there are so many problems with it that Roblox themselves have done a horrible job at addressing. I know Chris Hansen is investigating them. I know there's lawsuits against them. I know that there is like actual politicians involved now in investigating Roblox. And still amidst all of that, Roblox continues to make some bafflingly fucking terrible decisions. And I cannot stress enough how weird it is that Roblox keeps trying to normalize 17 plus when it comes to like dating site and virtual sex games. Like, when all of this was blowing up, Roblox once again made like this wave of bans and whatever, but there were some virtual sex games still on Roblox that they said would only be accessible to 17 plus users. Roblox 17 is still a minor. It's so weird that they don't get that. It's so weird. And it's also just weird to have sex games in Roblox in the first place. It is a gaming platform used predominantly by children. Like, it's so fucking odd. Like, everything that this company is doing. And I am keeping up with it, but I'm not making a video on every single new development with it. And I just wanted to let you all know that I am still actively following it, and I probably will follow up with another video on Roblox as everything continues to develop with it. This shit is crazy, but I just wanted to make a mention of that briefly. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I don't know how many of you are following the drama in the pizza industry, but for those of you that aren't, I'll give you a brief overview. Papa John's is a massive pizza chain that I'm sure the majority of you are familiar with. You've probably eaten some of their grease before. You may like it, you may not. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's, you know, that whole deal. Well, it has a founder named John Schnatter, and last year he made a multitude of mistakes. The biggest was saying the N-word on a conference call, which was then brought to the public's attention. Well, as a result of the racism, the Shat Master was taken off the board and annihilated online. In response, Schnatter says that he was pressured into using the N-word by the people on the call, which just sounds ridiculous because I can't imagine on a conference call for business they were poking John Schnatter in the ass saying, hey, be racist, be racist, be racist, until he was racist. Or like some type of hypnotist fucking puts him to sleep and makes him racist. It was a ridiculous defense that he came up with. But anyway, fast forward till today, he's been pretty quiet on most things that I was able to see. And then he comes and does a bizarre interview about where he is now and talking about the day of reckoning.
Sooner or later, the tape's going to come out in public and people are going to go, wow, that's what he said. And so that's what he said. And they're going, they made this out of that. They know what they did. They know it was a setup.
John Schnatter looks like a Borderlands character. His fucking hair looks cel-shaded. He is the wettest human being I have ever seen. In every commercial, every interview, every picture, he just looks like he's sweating profusely. It's as if he's eaten so much pizza, his skin is starting to become the consistency of pizza, all greasy and shit. But anyway, his side of the story is he was set up by the people closest to him so that way they could take more of the company and take it away from him, which makes a lot more sense than his original defense of the aliens forced him to be racist. But even still, he has no proof behind this claims of setup, and he even says there that once the tape comes to light, you'll hear what he actually said. But he also confirmed that he said the N-word, so you're still going to hear the N-word. I don't know. He doesn't really have a solid defense.
When it finally gets out what they did and what was said, I think my phone's going to ring off the hook going, wow, we made a huge mistake here.
John, you naive boomer. It's 2019. No one says sorry for anything, and they for damn sure will not be admitting a mistake.
I've probably had over 40 pizzas, 40, in the last 30 days. They don't make the pizza the way that I used to make it, the way we used to make it. It just doesn't taste the same.
I want you to stop for a moment and just take in how absurd that statement is. That's like one of those SAT math problems that you know could never possibly exist. That shit like, Sally has 10,000 apples and Julie wants half of those in her fridge. What do? Use the algorithmic Pythagorean theorem. It's absurd. 40 pizzas in 30 days. Let's assume he's going on the traditional American diet of 3 meals a day. That means that he was consuming roughly 3.5 pieces of pizza per meal every day for a full month. John, you either can't do math, you're lying, or you have the strongest fucking metabolism of all time. Because this man's heart should have just stopped halfway through this diet. This shit makes the Super Size Me documentary movie look like child's play. That is an absurd number, John. No fucking way you had 40 pizzas in 30 days. It's not possible. The human body wasn't built to handle that kind of magnitude, and especially not Papa John's pizzas. And if the recipe truly does taste different, it's probably because John isn't there. The secret ingredient is probably the moisture from his fucking hair just dripping into the fucking cauldron that they make the pizza in. It's crazy. I don't think he actually had that much pizza, but I could be totally wrong.
I would just say, stay tuned. The day of reckoning will come. The record will be straight.
Why not set the record straight now? I mean, what is it about the record that's not straight?
Stay tuned.
How soon will that happen?
Stay tuned. Sooner than later.
It's like a badly done Joker monologue. It comes across very weird. It sounds like he's calling himself the Antichrist even, the Day of Reckoning, and then this weird giggling stuff. I don't know. It's a very weird interview. Now, growing up, Papa John's was like the only pizza that I actually liked, and even to this day, it's still my favorite pizza. I'm not a huge fan of most pizzas. I can already hear the comment section going off. You never tried New York pizza, have you, Charlie? What the fuck? Yeah, you like Papa John's? That's ridiculous. Oh my God. I just don't like it. I've had a lot of New York pizza when I was in New York. I'm not a huge fan. We have to accept people are going to like different things. I liked Papa John's. I still like Papa John's. It doesn't taste very different to me today. I don't know what John's tasting. Maybe when he eats it now, he tastes a little bit of hate in there. And that's totally understandable, because if I got fired from my massive multi-million-dollar pizza chain, I would never want to eat that pizza again. Anytime I take a bite of that pizza, it tastes like asshole. So I get why he thinks it tastes different, but it really doesn't. It's probably exactly the same. But anyway, growing up, my dad used to tell me stories about John, because John used to do business in the area my dad was in, and he was so confident in his pizza and really wanted it to succeed, he used to drive around in his car and pass out free boxes of pizza to everyone in my dad's area. So I always had a very positive impression of John, just from the stories my dad used to tell about him. He was apparently a great guy around the area. And even in this interview, he talks about some of the community outreach shit he does. I don't know what the fuck has happened. His reputation has certainly been tainted. Maybe he is truly innocent, which seems unlikely in this case, but I guess you never really know. But man, he's made some big old fuck-ups, and that's for goddamn sure. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this bizarre interview that he came out of nowhere to do. I'm excited to see the next developments in this pizza soap opera. That's it. See ya.
This episode was brought to you by Raycon.
Initiating moisture.
Frozen. Whether or not you've seen it, you've definitely fucking heard it. I promise you that. Let It Go. A song that was everywhere. That song was more popular in America than the fucking Pledge of Allegiance, more well-known than the Bible. Let It Go was a fucking phenomenon, and I'm happy to say in Frozen 2 there's nothing that's going to reach that level, so you won't be absolutely ass blasted by the same song ad nauseum and everything ever. That's not to say Frozen 2 doesn't have good songs, but it doesn't have nearly as good a songs as the first Frozen. The only two like actual shine through songs in Frozen 2 are Show Yourself and Into the Unknown. Other than that, they're very forgettable musical numbers. Overall, the movie's not bad. By no means could you ever say Frozen 2 is a bad movie. It doesn't come close to the first movie, which I'd only just seen recently for the first time, and it was a good movie. But Frozen 2 doesn't even really come close to that. This does feel like more of a cash grab than an actual project of passion with something to tell you and something to teach you. It's a cute movie. The story is a real grasping at straws. It's about Elsa's power and its origin. It's a movie that doesn't even have an antagonist. It doesn't have a villain. Without spoiling anything, characters get separated. Characters end up in a very bad situation, a real fucking bad pickle. And it seems like it's going to be a really important moment where a lot of bad things are going to happen as a result. And there's this big obstacle they have to overcome that's going to have a lot of consequences. And for about 5 minutes of the movie, that's the case, until it is all peacefully resolved almost immediately after coming onto the screen. It's really underwhelming because what's supposed to be and what seems to be a moment that's going to have a lot of build-up until it's solved is solved almost fucking instantly. It's a very low-stakes kind of movie, which isn't necessarily bad in and of itself, but when the movie is talking about how high the stakes are, the elements are at odds and fighting, but then when you see the elements, they're just kind of minor inconveniences, and it's just, underwhelming, for lack of a better term, especially when you have the scope of Elsa's powers and the extent of what she gets to use it for is just walking across water. It's a far cry from what you saw in the first movie. And there's some decisions, mainly towards the end of this movie, that I just can't believe made it to the final cut. This movie feels like it's missing 40-some minutes of actual content. Without spoiling anything to tell you what I mean, there is a scene where characters are separated, characters make choices that should have massive consequences, and for all of 5 minutes they do before it's just resolved peacefully. And nothing has really changed as a result of making these incredibly impulsive and without thinking type decisions that should have had dire consequences but didn't because they didn't feel like making more of the movie. And I think that's kind of what this movie's about. They wanted to make a movie that is passable for Frozen, but not great, and that's what it comes across as. Of course, the animation is beautiful, breathtaking at moments. There's beautiful scenes, especially during the Show Yourself musical number. All the things they show you look great, sound great. Of course, you're getting that with Disney animation. You already knew that was coming. But what it's missing is a soul. And to a kid, that's not going to matter. I get that. This movie is 100% geared towards children. If you're an adult fan of Frozen, you're probably not going to find a whole lot to like about this movie in comparison to the first. You'll probably end up a little disappointed unless you're really just a huge fan of the music and don't really care about much else, except the visuals, because the visuals are even better in this movie than the first one for sure. But, if you're going there expecting something like Frozen 1 had, you're not going to find it. They just came up with something that is good enough, not really anything great, which is kind of a shame, but to be expected. Hate him or love him, Olaf's in the movie. Kristoff has been reduced to just kind of being like a comedic relief presence occasionally. He doesn't really do anything at all. He's just kind of there. Then he has I bet if you put the script, if you printed out the script, you'd find maybe 15 lines from Kristoff across the entire movie. He's not really a huge player in this one at all. But that doesn't really matter that much either, because again, the focal point is on the relationship between Elsa and Anna and their little personal adventure into Elsa's origins. But anyway, plugging this in the moist meter, Frozen 2's it's a 70%. It is a good movie, but it really is just a soulless one. I don't have a massive problem with it because again, to a kid that's not going to matter, and I myself was not the hugest fan of Frozen when I saw it recently. I get for its time it was probably lightning in a bottle, some shit like no one expected to be as good as it was. But for me, going into seeing it so many years later, I found it to just be ordinary, decent, good, not incredible or great. And this movie isn't even up to that level, in my opinion. Not a bad movie, though. A couple weeks ago, I first mentioned how I upgraded to Raycon over the wired earphones for when I go to the gym, and while my physique may not indicate that I'm some type of meaty monster muscle man, I do go to the gym about 5 times a week, so these fucking Raycons are getting a workout as well. And I was just very concerned over my own personal safety with the wired earphones, because these wires are exposed like a motherfucker, and I don't want to get electrocuted at the gym during a rep. Also, they were just really inconvenient doing a rep and sometimes catching the wire and ripping that shit out of my ear. Overall, just significantly better than the wired earphones that I'm used to. They're much more comfortable. They sound better. They sound just as good as the other premium audio brands. Raycon's also less expensive than the other premium audio brands. So click the link in the description below and you can find a great deal on Raycon. They have their Black Friday deals coming up and I highly recommend them. So click the link below if you're interested.
Initiating moisture.
Welcome to the Moist Meter. Today we're looking at the new Rambo movie, Last Blood. I bet a lot of you didn't even know there was a new Rambo movie. I know I certainly didn't. I only knew this was coming out because I check new movies every week, and I saw Rambo was coming out on Thursday last week, and I was like, wait, that's weird. That's Rambo. That's a pretty powerful franchise, and I hadn't seen a single preview for it, and I go to the movies once a week, and I hadn't seen anything, which is really surprising to me. And I know action movie heroes, action stars, kind of a thing of the past, which is a goddamn shame. We still have a couple like John Wick and, well, I guess just John Wick. He's like the last action star. I guess I can't even think of another one, like maybe the Fortnite default character. I have no fucking idea. But even still, I figured Rambo would be kind of a big deal. And it really wasn't. I went opening day, and it was in the smallest theater they had available. It's just disrespectful to my boy Rambo. But anyway, the marketing campaign sucked ass, and I got a shit theater for it, but whatever. Since I went into this without seeing a preview, I didn't know if this was going to focus more on the emotional side of Rambo's journey trying to settle down, have a normal life, or more in like an ultra-violent gore fest type of deal where there's assholes being turned inside out, blood and rock and roll flying everywhere. I didn't know what approach it would take. It turns out it's a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Both are done decently enough. The latter being much better. The ultra-violent gore montage at the end is superb. I really enjoyed that start to finish. It was a lot of fun. The kills were very creative and very brutal, which I was very happy to see. And that's not to say the emotional stuff wasn't done decent. It was good. I thought the cast of characters around Rambo were good, and Rambo himself was alright. This thing is, with Rambo, his character is supposed to be so damaged and, you know, he's gone through all these horrible things, but that leads to some really awkward scenes in this movie where something really bad happens to someone he cares about a lot, and what he says and what he shows vary greatly. There's a huge disconnect. Something horrible happens, he says, shit, I'm real sad about this, but the way he's acting, it's just so goddamn stoic, as if he's not even there, as if someone was just holding up the line on a piece of paper and he read it. It's just odd. It just feels odd, and it makes the scene awkward, which takes the emotional aspect out of some of the shit that happens. Now, when Rambo's not in the emotional scenes, they're pretty good. And I don't think it's his fault or anything like that. I think that's just supposed to be how the character is, but it still makes it feel odd to watch it happen. And it makes the audience feel a bit awkward, because it's like, well, what is he really feeling? Does he even care? And then he goes into this fucking doomsday prepper mode where the second half of the movie's all about revenge. And he's got this entire fucking home happy ending because a lot of bad shit happened to her, but it wouldn't have gone further, which would have been a shame because the kills and everything were great, but it just, from a plot perspective, made no sense to me. But again, the movie was enjoyable. I liked it, especially the end. It's just a lot of the stuff in the beginning was a little confusing, and it didn't do anything incredible, nothing, overly creative. It was all pretty generic and by the books, but it worked. It worked well enough, and I really like to see Rambo in action. That's about it. See ya. Can you believe there's actually a chance of snow in Tampa this weekend? Very chilly out, which is why I'm wearing my Oreo sweater. My parents got this for me for Christmas. I just saw Iron Lung. This is a passion project from Markiplier. He stars in it, he directed it, and he helped write it. I believe it was fully self-financed by him. This is not a big studio project, and this is perhaps one of the most ambitious forays of YouTuber into cinema that I've seen thus far. He really went in fucking balls deep, that's for sure. And it is based on a video game of the same name, Iron Lung, which I have played. I did not like the game at all. I know people really poo-poo on my take on Iron Lung, but I just did not get into the game. It was not for me. But I was very excited to see this film because the universe of Iron Lung, like the lore of it, I do find fascinating when I went and like actually gave it a chance after suffering through the game. And the best part about Iron Lung as a movie is I don't have to play the gameplay of it. So now I get the good stuff, which is the story of Iron Lung, which is a delightful treat. I don't have to eat my vegetables with that gameplay. I just get to kick my little legs in the chair and have a good time. So, the big question on everyone's mind, is Iron Lung good? I would say it is. Now, I don't think it's a movie that's going to be for everyone. This is a movie that I think fans of Markiplier will be very pleased with, fans of Iron Lung will be extremely pleased with, because it is like 1-to-1 with the game. And I also think it's a film that anyone that appreciates like eldritch horror type content or slow burns will also like. But it does have some shortcomings. Now, I know Markiplier was going to like some of the premieres, and one of the things that he was mentioning is like, you know, try not to spoil things. So in the spirit of that, I will, for the first time in a while, avoid spoilers while talking about this movie. Quick side note, I was a little bit giddy in my chair, kind of hoping Markiplier would make a surprise visit to Tampa here for this premiere. I was half expecting him to rappel from the fucking ceiling or something, like, "What the fuck is up, Tampa?" or something like that, but didn't happen, so I gotta say I'm a little disappointed there. I feel like, you know, you gotta be looking at Tampa when you're looking at some kind of big, you know, premiere type shenanigans. It's very surprising and peculiar to not pay a visit to Tampa. But anyway, Iron Lung, you will spend 95% of the film with Markiplier locked in a sub as he is losing his mind on this mission, set in a world where all the stars and habitable planets have vanished and humanity's basically on the brink of extinction. In an effort to survive and try and press forward, they send a convict named Simon, played by Markiplier, in a submarine in an ocean of blood on an important mission for the sake of humanity. They have found some... I don't know how deep I can get into the synopsis without it getting into spoiler territory. An ocean of blood is set on a planet that they have been investigating, and Simon is now tasked with an important mission. Should Simon complete this mission, he earns his freedom. Simon has a dark and mysterious past, much like Urgot from League of Legends, and this is his way of getting back into society doing this mission. His submarine is called the Iron Lung, and it's got some wacky tech there, and it is a fucking tank. It is built like a colossal shit wagon. Like, this puppy is built to last, and it is equipped with a camera that he will be taking pictures with, and then, of course, sharing with the rest of the station. Those pictures are of the utmost importance with what he finds at the bottom of the ocean of blood. That's kind of like the broad strokes narrative in a nutshell, and I think it's a very interesting narrative that by the end of the film, I think becomes very captivating. But I think the first half of the film is very, very slow, and I think fans of the property are going in expecting that. They know it's going to be a slow burn, but if you don't know anything about Iron Lung and you're expecting like a horror movie starring Markiplier, you may be a little underwhelmed for the first like 30-ish minutes of it, because this is Markiplier doing some chores, taking some pictures, doing some homework basically, crunching some numbers, and occasionally talking to a woman over the intercom. And for me personally, I didn't have a problem with it. It does very much drag sometimes, but overall, it didn't bother me. I've never been someone that's been necessarily put off by slow burns, and I do like eldritch horror type things, so by the end of the film, I definitely did, care about Simon and the mission and basically everything that they had put on the plate. But I don't think everybody will. I think a lot of people might kind of tune out in the first half, and it won't be until the second half where they start to really give a fuck. Now, I want to get my biggest complaint out of the way immediately. I'll just rip the Band-Aid off. This movie, especially towards the end, has this, I don't even know if I can call it like a mixing issue or what, but there is just so many like characters talking sometimes that are layered on top of each other, and especially like the main antagonist, the way in which they speak and the way in which the filters are used on the voice makes it fucking impossible to comprehend what they're saying, like what words they're actually using. So a lot of like the dialogue that you hear from some of the characters is very mumbly, which I do think is by design, but it's also mixed in a way where even when I think it's supposed to be more clear and you're supposed to be able to like pick certain things up, certain elements from the speech and be able to understand the message of what they're saying, it's just inaudible and it's like impossible to decipher, like especially at the end, which again, I don't think was intentional because it felt like, especially when Simon was interacting directly with certain characters, that you wanted to know what was being said in return. And I think you were supposed to be able to understand it. But personally, I couldn't at all. Like, it felt like trying to remember a dream, trying to figure out what they were saying. Which adds to like the whole ethereal nature of like eldritch horror and all that, but it also just becomes kind of a headache when you're hearing Simon clearly respond to something that you have no fucking idea what was even said. So you're kind of like confused on, well, what is being said? Like you're hearing words, but it sounds like fucking, Charlie Brown's parents. I don't know. That just felt like a little off to me. Maybe not everyone will feel the same way, or maybe I'm just a fucking moron who just couldn't understand things and it's more clear for everyone else. I don't know, but it's something I wanted to make a mention of because it's definitely something I noticed very much at like the end of the film. But I want to make a strong mention of something. This movie looks surprisingly good on the big screen. I say surprisingly because when you hear of like an independent film from a fucking YouTuber that's, self-financing it, you're probably picturing like some pretty shoddy visuals that don't exactly look all that glamorous. And outside of like the first shot was a little rough. It immediately kind of put a sour taste in my mouth thinking I was about to be just watching like a YouTube short or something for Iron Lung because it didn't look all that great. But after that first shot, it settles into like this really good flow of cinematography where it's clear it's not a huge budget production, but it hides that really well with some creative shots that feel very claustrophobic and actually highlight some of the best moments of dread where things look really good. And actually, even when they do show like some of the eldritch horror, I was expecting kind of, B-movie CGI. They did like a really good job for the most part when it came to like the CGI visuals, even outside of the submarine. The submarine, which by the way, is practical effects. It's on like a crazy hydraulic system where it's like fucking gyrating and shit. It's a really cool set that they've made for this. Like, I was really, really impressed, and it shines in the movie. They did a great job with that. But of course, there is some CGI when it came to like the eldritch horror elements, and they look very good, except for a couple of moments at the end of the movie. But for the most part, there's nothing here visually that'll make you go, ooh, that kind of looked like ass. It's all very solid, like across the board. I was very impressed. And I think the way they filmed their shots, like a lot of their shots are filmed in a way that do a great job at not letting you see that maybe it's not the biggest budget that they had to work with. And I do think one of the methods they used is one that I don't really like. They did a lot of shaky cam at the end. And I understand they're doing that because, again, it's not massive budget. So if they kind of just held like a, static camera there, it might not look as good. And it does kind of add to like the hectic nature of the things going on at the end. I get it. Not a big shaky cam guy. I've criticized that in a lot of other movies. I will, of course, make a mention of it here too. But it's not the biggest deal in the world because that's pretty much just reserved for the ending chaos. But now we gotta get to the biggest piece of the pie here. You're gonna be spending the majority of the movie watching Markiplier. The vast majority of this movie is Simon on screen, Simon freaking out in the sub as he's uncovering horrifying things as the eldritch horror is interacting with him and the world around him, and you're going to be watching him basically deteriorate, which means we go on an emotional journey with Simon, which means Markiplier is going to have to be doing a lot of heavy lifting with some high quality acting in order to sell this character to the audience. So this movie either hits or shits based on the audience's ability to separate Markiplier from Simon. If they can buy into Simon as a character as opposed to just Markiplier on the big screen. And that's where it gets tricky. Overall, I think his acting was good. There were some moments that were better than others. I do think when it came to like emotional beats where he's arguing with the woman on the intercom about certain things, again, I'm avoiding spoilers to the best of my ability, but when he's maybe divulging a bit from his past, I feel like it became very hard to see Simon the convict, and instead I was mainly seeing Markiplier instead of this character. Like, I don't think a lot of those conversations with the woman on the intercom were necessarily hitting the way that I think they wanted them to. And it's not really for any fault of Markiplier's acting. I just think the way that he's conveying his emotions on screen just wasn't really able to sell the stakes. So like when he's really getting frustrated with the woman on the intercom, he's saying, "Fuck you!" and "Fuck this! This is ridiculous! I don't," like that kind of stuff. Like, I feel like I'm hearing Markiplier in a Let's Play as opposed to Simon the convict having a blow up at this woman on the intercom who is basically, I was just about to get into big spoilers, but who is maybe not as cooperative as he would like. So it at times was difficult to see Simon as opposed to Markiplier, but I don't think he ever did like a bad job at acting. It just, some scenes weren't really landing overly well, but I do think he did land more often than not, especially towards the end of the film. I feel like his acting throughout the film got better. Like, it felt like he got more comfortable playing this character the longer this went on, which is something I said very similarly in his show that he had. In that show, which, forgive me, I can't remember the name, about sleep, I actually think as the episodes went on, he got better. Like, it feels like Markiplier is someone who definitely has the ability to act, but needs time to acclimate to the character he's playing. So in Iron Lung, as we're nearing towards the big climax, towards the end of the film, he is really starting to get into much more of a flow state when it comes to this character, and I was buying into it a lot more, and it did start to shine. So I don't think his acting was bad or anything, but I do think, especially in the beginning where it is slow and it is very much like Markiplier having to do most of the heavy lifting because he is what is on screen the majority of the time, there were moments where it just wasn't really feeling overly amazing. Now, I want to make a mention of something else real quick. I know I was criticizing the mixing of like character voices and stuff, how it became very hard to understand what was being said a lot of the time. I don't want it to get confused with like just general sound design in this movie, because I actually thought they did a good job at like the ambient noise and all of the eerie creaks and all of that, where it could actually sell you on like the intensity and the hopelessness of a situation with nothing more than just the sounds of what was going on around Simon, which I know in Iron Lung is something fans praised a lot about the game, how its use of sound was very unnerving. I do think the movie for the most part did a good job at that too. I thought it excelled in certain cases of using sound to unnerve viewers or showcase just how dreadful it would be to be trapped in this fucking submarine at the bottom of an ocean of blood with an eldritch horror fucking fish thing all around you, right? I think they did a good job using sound and ambient noise to be spooky, but I would never actually call this like a scary movie per se. It's more of like an exploration of dread in kind of like a high concept sci-fi world that I think is done well enough. I enjoyed it. I don't think it's perfect or anything, but I do think it's a very, very strong debut here for a self-financed and distributed YouTuber movie. Like, this is just a solid movie on its own two legs, even if you don't know who Markiplier is, but I really do think it is not a movie that everyone's going to like. Mainly because I think the first act just moves very, very slow for anyone that's not already a fan of Iron Lung or watching Markiplier. But overall, I think it's solid. I was impressed, and I'm really curious to see if Markiplier will do other ventures like this going forward. I think he does have like a very strong talent for it, and I think this was a very decent showcase that makes me kind of excited to see if he'll do anything else with this going into the future. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
This episode was brought to you by Keeps.
Initiating moisture.
Going somewhere? I recognize that stance. Perhaps you've had some training after all. Who was your master? Padawan? Someone I killed, perhaps?
Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order is a lot better than I expected it to be. I'm happy to say it was a lot of fucking fun from start to finish. Now, it's important we address the elephant in the room before talking about the game itself. It's made by Respawn Entertainment, who has a great track record of great games like Titanfall, Titanfall 2, Apex, but it is published by EA, who's the devil. It's like Voldemort. You can't say the name out loud. To all the hardcore gamers, you avoid EA games like showers, or at least that's what you say on Reddit, but you still buy all their games and shit. EA, yeah, they published it, but there's no microtransactions like you're used to from that shit company, so I'm happy to say that. It is a game that is very truly meant to be a game for both Star Wars fans and just fans of action games in general. I want to start with the best part about this game, which is the combat. The gameplay in this game never gets stale throughout its entire 15-hour journey. And keep in mind that's without me exploring every nook and cranny on every planet and getting 100%. So there's a lot of content there, and there's a lot of lore in the game scattered throughout the world, so there's a lot to really pick up on if you're a fan of the lore of Star Wars. And all of it is canon according to the mastermind Disney, so that's great for Star Wars fans. But I really think the biggest shining factor of this game is its combat. The gameplay is just always fun and rewarding. It's most closely resembling anything from the Souls franchise, more specifically Sekiro, which is an absolutely great game that I love. Now, obviously the first thing that people are going to ask, is it really hard, like the Souls series? And I played the whole thing through on Grandmaster difficulty, which is the hardest one. I streamed it all at twitch.tv/moistcritical, and I can confidently say there are definitely times in this game where it's extremely hard, and I definitely got hung up on certain mobs and encounters. In particular, one mini-boss called like the Rabid Ass Beater or something, I don't quite remember. It took me like 20 minutes to beat him, and the final boss was slapping my asshole inside and out for like 30 minutes, so it definitely is hard at certain points, but overall the game itself is much easier than something in the Souls franchise. Not that that's a complaint for me at all. I don't think the game needs to be cutthroat and putting the fear of God in you to be fun. I just know it's a natural question when you compare something to the Souls series. Now, I think the reason why it's easier than most games in that franchise is the amount of tools you have at your disposal. You get so many really fun and interesting force powers that you can constantly use in a fight to turn the tide in your favor. If you're tactical enough, if you have a galaxy brain, and you're getting attacked by 5 stormtroopers and a goat on Zepho, maybe you lead them to the edge of a cliff and you jump over them, do a giant force slow on the entire mob, and then force push them all off the cliff, wiping the board instantly. There's a lot of really cool powers that you can use in these fights that make it a lot of fun, but the one-on-one fights are just as fun, if not more fun, because the parrying mechanic I think works really well. It's very flashy, and there's some decent combos that you can use, but it's not a very combo-heavy game. It's more so on timing and rhythm, just like Sekiro was. I really enjoyed the combat start to finish. There's more than one lightsaber style. There is double-sided lightsaber, of course, which is iconic. And I just think there's so much to play with and a lot to enjoy when it comes to actually fighting enemies. And there is a lot of enemies to fight. There's a lot of fucking hardcore action. And outside of the action, I think the puzzles are pretty well made. Some of the puzzles definitely had me looking pretty goddamn dumb on stream. But I think that's what makes them fun, is when they're challenging for you and you have to really think hard to figure out how to get to the secret or find a collectible or get an upgrade or just progress in the game. There's a lot of puzzles and there's a lot of ways of approaching them, and I think that's very nice. And I also just like the map design in general. Everything connects in a, pretty intuitive way, so you're never overly lost, and there's a good map system that you can always access and just figure your way around. It's just overall, the gameplay, everything in that department is super enjoyable. Not only the combat, just everything surrounding it. The only thing I will nitpick on a bit is there are mini-bosses that defend upgrades occasionally, and they're just reskins of enemies you've already fought. They're not very inspired mini-bosses. Sometimes they're challenging, yes, but they are, in general, just a reskin of what you've already fought. So that's a little disappointing that they didn't put much work into that, but it's not that big of a deal. Enemy variety is pretty decent across the board. Most of the shit you'll be fighting is animals, slug goats, Darth goats, big toads. But outside of that, there's also the stormtroopers, purge troopers. It's a lot of stuff to fight, and it's nice. I really enjoyed everything in that department. Soundtrack as well is something that stood out to me. I think Star Wars has always had a really strong soundtrack. Although the movies, in my opinion, are not all that great, the soundtrack always is. The soundtrack always fucking slaps, and that's no different in this game. And the characters in this game, I think, are also well written, well acted, although they look very goofy at times because the animations betray the characters. I think that's something that they didn't put a lot of work into, is making the animations fluid. The game often feels a bit clunky when you're moving around the world. Platforming sometimes ends up a disaster because you'll phase through something or clip through something, or you won't grab something when you should. You'll wall run, but you'll end up wall running right into your own fucking death and plummeting straight to hell, just for no reason other than just the game not working entirely as it should. And the same goes for the camera as well. Often if you'll engage in a close corridors combat section, sometimes your camera will get locked outside of the map and you can't really change it, and then you'll just get brutalized in the locker room by the stormtroopers and you'll have to restart because you die in 2 or 3 shots on Grandmaster. So sometimes that clunkiness gets frustrating, and it's definitely there, and you can really see it in certain animations, especially the run cycle. The run cycle is downright goofy if you're sprinting. I'd recommend just not even sprinting so you don't break immersion, because no one sprints the way this guy does. Looks like he's just carrying a fat load of shit in his pants and trying not to let it spill down his legs. But I mean, really, overall, the game is just a joy to play, and it comes with a really good story that I think is very engaging, and it's well told, albeit goofy at times, and I think their attempts at humor in the story don't land at all. They're really just half-assed and ham-fisted attempts to throw in like simple one-liners towards the end of the game or in the middle, and it just doesn't really work. But the story overall is just really well told, and it's super nice to see, and especially since this takes place in between the 3rd and 4th movie, it's really good to explore that area, because I find that to be a really fascinating time period for this franchise to explore. Seeing the clone troopers turn, spoiler alert, I guess. It's just a really fun set of set pieces that this game brings, and there's a lot of cinematic elements that I think work really well. Sometimes when they throw in a QTE, a quick time event, I think it's a little goofy. It should have just been a cutscene, but I just really enjoyed the game. Plugging this into the moist meter, I'm giving Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order a fat 85%. It's a game I'd recommend to anyone who really likes an action game, or if you're a fan of Soul Series combat or Sekiro combat. There's a lot in this game that it has to offer. You don't have to be a Star Wars fan to enjoy it, and you don't have to be embarrassed by it either. At first, I thought this was going to be a game for only like the hardcore Star Wars fans, you know, the guys that finger gun into their mirror pretending to be Han Solo or petting their action figures before they go to bed. But it's not. It's a game that I think anyone can really enjoy. I know I certainly did.
Did you know the real reason Anakin turned to the dark side of the Force was because he had spooky visions of hair loss? This is a vision many men suffer from though, since 2 out of 3 men will suffer from hair loss by the age of 35. Instead of cutting down younglings though, you have a better choice. Introducing Keeps. Keeps offers you proven treatments that help cut down on hair loss, meaning you can keep your locks for longer. With Keeps, you can visit a certified doctor online and get the medication shipped directly and discreetly to your door. The fact is that prevention is key if you want to keep your hair, so if you notice any thinning at all, hop on Keeps as soon as possible, as it has up to a 90% chance of stopping and reducing further hair loss. Starting at just $10 a month, you can get 50% off your first order by visiting keeps.com/moist. If you're ready to take action against the dark side of hair loss, visit keeps.com/moist for 50% off your first order. That's keeps.com/moist.
I wasn't home much yesterday, so I missed a lot of the happenings from the last 24 hours, but today I happened to see a wacky headline. Nicki Minaj praises J.D. Vance as assassin as Erica Kirk sits next to her. This was apparently at something called AmFest, where Nicki Minaj went up on stage to celebrate Trump and a bunch of stuff or whatever, and then I guess while she was busy glazing and gobbling on like the administration's wiener, she tried to pay J.D. Vance a compliment by calling him an assassin, which obviously raises some eyebrows as Erica Kirk sits right next to her, whose husband was literally assassinated. Ordinarily, I'd put the clip here so you could hear it for yourself, but I don't want to take a chance of DMCA, especially with how rampant that kind of shit's been going on. You can watch it yourself if you want, though, but she immediately recognizes the blunder. She kind of scholars mated herself there by using that word. To me, it probably sounds like an Austin Powers type moment where it, don't say mole, don't say mole, don't say mole, mole. Where she was trying so hard not to use the word assassin, but then for some reason, her fucking neurons couldn't fire properly, and all she could think of for a compliment for J.D. Vance was that he's an assassin. And Erica Kirk tries to, dispel the awkwardness and, reassure her, it's okay, and try and make light of it and move on from it. But What a weird compliment to try and pay somebody. Like, who says that? Oh, this guy's like so epic. He's so awesome. Like, he's an assassin. Like, that's like something a middle schooler would say on fucking Xbox Live or something. What are you talking about? Who says that shit? Now, that's not the only thing I wanted to yap about here. Obviously, that's just a weird, wacky little thing. But Nicki Minaj's presence at an event like this is so head-scratching to me because she herself is not a U.S. citizen. I don't know how many people know this or how many people just forgot. She herself talks about not being a U.S. citizen and that she is literally an illegal immigrant. In 2018, she even made a whole statement about it with what was happening to immigration back then and how her heart was breaking for it, telling the story of how she came to this country at 5 years old, an illegal immigrant. She was discussing how she can't even imagine being separated from her parents at 5 years old and everything that was happening then. And since, she still has not become an American citizen. In 2024, only a year ago, she once again opened up reiterating, confirming she is still not an American citizen, despite paying so many millions in taxes and all that. So her going on stage yesterday and being like, the president is dashing and handsome, it gives me like the same feeling as someone who's trying so hard to avoid getting in trouble by trying to like butter up the person that can really fuck them. Like, oh, you're just so smart and striking. Devilishly talented, by the way. Did I tell you that? Honestly, I'd go as far as to call you like a god, even an assassin. Like, it feels like she's so over the top. Maybe she's worried about getting deported herself or something. So now she's trying to like suckle the titty here of this administration and like hide in its ranks as, you know, a public figure. So now she's just stuck looking like a fucking imbecile. Yeah, this administration is perfect. Like Frosted Flakes, they're great. Yeah, who just said Epstein files? Someone shoot that guy. Yeah, us U.S. citizens. All of us, my fellow U.S. citizens, we gotta stick together. We love U.S. citizens like me, am I right? That kind of thing, like she's cutting fucking WWE promos. But I think there also might be another explanation here. Again, just another game theory. Maybe she's not looking to protect herself. Maybe she's fishing for a pardon for her sex offender husband. Since Trump likes to hand out pardons like they're fucking Girl Scout cookies, I think there also might be this play from Nicki Minaj here to try and get one of those for her husband, Kenneth Petty, who is literally a registered sex offender. Maybe she's trying to make it so he no longer has to keep re-upping that and getting in trouble when he refuses to do so, like recently when he had to go under house arrest for failure to register as a sex offender. So perhaps maybe she's trying to get in their good graces so she can then float the idea to Trump about like pardoning Kenneth. After the never-ending circus that has been the Epstein files, especially the most recent shenanigans here, it should be painfully obvious that the government is more than willing to bend over backwards to protect sex offenders and the most evil, heinous people on the planet imaginable. So it's not a far-fetched idea to think that maybe Nicki Minaj is making a play like that to try and get that special treatment for her husband. But yeah, anyway, I mean, I just found it to be a really interesting fit here. This is one of those situations, you know, the call's coming from inside the house. This shit feels a little odd because she herself is fundamentally the exact opposite of everything Amfest was presenting based on all the other clips I've seen. She is an illegal immigrant, she's not a U.S. citizen, and her husband is a sex offender. I don't know, sports fans, maybe I'm on the crack pipe, but that doesn't exactly sound like the ingredients, the recipe to a perfect fit for the conference she was attending here. But, you know, what do I know at the end of the day? I just wanted to yap about it. That's about it. So, yeah. Belle Delphine. No, I'm not going to do another waifu playthrough. Maybe the oldest man in all of Adventures. I'll go for, like, Father Time or something. God, I give up. I'm just going Dr. Old. And then my code name will be Senile. There. I guess I'm only old in name. Nothing else about my character is looking old at all. If you like anime, this is the perfect game for you so far. Making all your fucking wet dream fantasies come true. I know, man, this anime waifu shit is super deep. They could have sold the game just like this and they would have made a fucking killing in the weeb community. They didn't even need a game underneath it. Yeah, it's like the more hair I add to this, the more furry-like my character becomes. Yeah, this just looks like Sonic the Hedgehog OC. This looks like something Chris Chan would have created. Like SCP-007 Sonic. It's good enough. I've exceeded the maximum cost. What? Where's my mom's credit card? I got a microtransaction this shit? Yeah, I look like that Pokemon that looks like a palm tree that I'm forgetting the name of. It's not Dodrio. But you know who I'm talking about, right? I look like a Christmas tree no one bought. Executor, yeah, that's the one. There we go, it's Dr. Old. Everyone's favorite geriatric superhero. He's old in name only.
There is a spring that will cure that thirst. One that weeps.
It's called Belle Delphine's ass, lightly dipped in her bathtub. The fountain of youth for gamers. No, I don't regret not doing Riley Reid. I did that in the demo. I'm not gonna just redo it. That's no fun. My character looks like one of C9 Sneaky's League of Legends cosplays.
My body may still be alive, but my soul died long ago.
Yeah, alright, keep it in your fucking diary, man. Jesus, you fucking incel. Big old sack and taint, the ultimate combo. Big old sack and taint, the appetizer plus the entree. And if you play your cards right, you get the dessert too with the butthole. My left eye looks like a straight up beehive. Like honeycombs. Yeah, I'm going for the no death playthrough. Thank God he's going for him right now. I'm just getting free hits here. Good work, stranger. Ah, easiest boss fight of my life. First try. Pussy. Rest in peace, Oliver. Got fucking animate on.
Let go! It'll swallow you up!
What do you mean, let go? I obviously can't. It's like a cactus right now.
At least one of us makes it.
that was a weird sign-off groan. More like a premature ejaculation sound.
Ooh! Nice to meet you.
I'm Dr. Old. It's probably the last name you would expect when looking at me. My character's hair looks like The Weeknd's hairstyle. Or at least his old hairstyle when he made The Hills. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I guess that counted as a pre-order because I ordered it like fucking 10 minutes before it came out. Or bought it, not ordered it. It's not like I fucking Uber Eats the game from GameStop or anything. Probably the first game GameStop sold all year for some physical copy. Alright, let's see how powerful this pre-order blood code is. Oh, wow. So I can just, like, self-destruct? Like a fucking Voltorb? Cool. I'll definitely make a build for that. That's for goddamn sure. God, I look like a ghoul. I look like someone that got brought back from the dead with some shit necromancy. Oh, hey there. Yes. I've activated my Sharingan in the right eye. And it's time to get serious.
I'll be looking forward to seeing you in action.
You ever heard of Evanescence?
After comparing blood beads and blood veins, we now know that they are mostly comprised of the same substance.
Let me guess. Is it blood? Is that the secret ingredient?
In other words.
Alright, let's see how much this self-destruct does. Well, it one-shot that guy. Another easy backstab, little asshole tickle, coming in hot, bang. The Dr. Old special. Alright, I can come back and heal here. I want to see if I can one-shot this guy with my self-destruct. Come with me, Louie. And don't panic when I do this. My plan went right out the window. I didn't expect to blow myself off the ledge.
How do you feel?
I feel like shit, Louie. Well, all part of the plan, more grinding. Nope.
You missed that earlier.
No, the plan was fine, Louie. That wasn't the problem. You were the problem. You didn't give me the backup I required. It's like Louie's fucking in the stream right now listening to me with what he's saying. Fuck this guy. Man, Louie is fucking overpowered. His shit is chunking. So is mine, but Louie's even more so. Bloodstained stake in the needle of unity. That sounds like a Harry Potter title. Harry Potter and the Needle of Unity. What the fuck? Oh, you got it, Louis. Wow. My white knight, thank you. I'll use this. What the fuck? Well, I wish I didn't use that. I would have rather just died and had Louis revive me. Well, my parrying is way off. I have a plan. Nope, I was gonna self-destruct, but I don't need to anymore.
Something could leap out from anywhere.
Ah, yes. The master of stealth. Man, the amount of places this guy can hide. He could really leap out from anywhere, Louis. Check this shit out, Louis. This is for you. Yeah! Self-destruct. Wow, that is useless damage. Uh-oh. Spidey sense. There's a waifu nearby.
Okay. What the hell are you doing here?
You see, this is so stupid. I hate English dubs because they just use the same fucking voice actors.
Then tell me this.
Like 5 voice actors who play every character in this game. It's so dumb. They just use the same fucking voice actors, and for some reason they don't allow anyone else in. It's cheaper. Are you fucking kidding me? I'd do it for free. There's nothing cheaper than free. I would literally do it for $10 and a milkshake. I'll voice some garbage character in here saying, hey, don't go that way. There's a fat-tittied man. Or whatever the fuck they're talking about here. People would do this shit just for the fun of it. They could easily do it. It'd be significantly cheaper, I imagine. As opposed to paying the 5 or 10 only English voice actors in all of anime, whatever their rate is. Get people like me or broke college students. Oh, thanks, Louis.
Well done. Glad you're with me.
Yeah, I think I killed one. How many did you kill? Like 10? International bodyguard event? They may be the world's best bodyguards, but can they protect them from hurt feelings on Twitter comments? We'll see. Oh, this looks like a strong group of bodyguards. These are going to be the front runners. Damn, this is an intense competition. Jesus Christ.
Is being covered by snipers.
How do they know who won since they're firing blanks? Did the terrorists win or the bodyguards? Wait, what the fuck is that? Is that a man hanging upside down by his legs, being slowly dropped down? Looks like a fucking lobster, like a charred lobster. I feel like this was just like an accidental casualty and this man is really dead. How is this bodyguard competition shit? Oh fuck! Round 2! An entire new team entered the game. This is an intense sport, Jesus Christ. Good getaway. A lot of amateur bodyguards don't make that turn very well. Which team was that? Was that TSM? Oh, this is gonna be big. The terrorists are gonna roll in on a full fucking tank. How are they gonna take care of this one? Or maybe like a helicopter, like an attack chopper is gonna come in firing blanks at them. Then they do it Hobbs and Shaw style and throw a chain in the blades. It's like synchronized swimming. This is cute. It's like figure skating. Oh, this is graceful. Oh, yes. Where's the music? Can we get some Nickelback or whatever people figure skate to these days? Wings of an Angel? Lips of an Angel? This is fucking awesome. This is the best goddamn sport I've ever seen. Why isn't this... Well, I can probably... Actually, I can venture a guess why it's not in the Olympics.
Hello, Charles.
Fantastic. I love Need for Speed. Oh! Excellent. That was a par 4. Oh, we're gonna have a joust? Bodyguard joust? Ooh, he hit the cone. And he was fired on the spot. If you hit the cone in the car, what's to say you don't hit the president in the car? Do they have like tennis ball boys run out there and put the cone back before the terrorists get there and light it up again? Oh, what is this? Bodyguard's getting stinky out here with this beat. When does the Rainbow Six Siege match begin again? Are those... Oh, if those buses all have terrorists on them and the bodyguards have to fight them off, I'll shit my pants. Oh, wait. Oh, God! Why would a bodyguard ever need to know this? I don't know why they'd ever be in this situation, but god damn it. I'm impressed. Car's just out here doing the doggy piss on everyone out here. I respect it. 2016. They don't have 2018? Did they not get funding or something? Well, let's see 2016. This is boring. They're not even using blanks. He's using little fucking foam swords. Oh, it's not even. He's using a newspaper. Don't trust her. Oh, alright. Get away from him, bitch. Like, this was like the Cirque du Soleil of bodyguarding. Nothing in the related. I really think that's it. That's the only good bodyguard championship, and it was fucking awesome. Different events? Okay, how many divisions of bodyguard championships can there possibly be? It's not like the college football where there's the, you know, the East, West, packs, decks, strength builds all over the place. There's not going to be that many subdivisions of bodyguard sports.
Charlie, but...
Wait, they have judges this year? 85%. I saw the tip of the knife get near the president. Well, that's a goddamn shame. This was a masterpiece in sports. If anyone on the Bodyguard European Moldova Championship Committee is in the chat, please know we want more. Let's fire it up for 2020, baby. If you've ever gone into a YouTube comment section over the last couple months, the title immediately made sense to you what this video was going to be about. If you've ever wandered into the comment section on any of my videos or plenty of others across the platform, no doubt you have seen this at the very top about Isabella, a 15-year-old from California with cancer, and how the survival rate's really low. They're very scared, and they made a video talking about the struggle, and it'll be the last one they make. That has been the top comment on every one of my new uploads for a couple of months now. And it's also the top comment on a ton of other videos I've seen across the platform. It is always at the top because the likes are botted. It's always from different accounts because the accounts keep getting banned because they're fake accounts. This is clearly a bot. I don't even think the most senile octogenarian would see that comment and start shedding tears about how it tugged on their heartstrings because they believed it. I promise you, the amount of people that have read that and actually, like, you know, responded like they just got a fucking Amber Alert, like, no, Isabella! They fucking sprint out the door to try and support this channel to the best of their ability is probably very low. You can probably count the amount of people that have fallen for it on one hand. But it's still very annoying. It's just a big headache that is also a symptom of a larger problem that the platform struggled with for years, which is bots. I've covered this at least once a year for the last 5 years because of how bad it's gotten, and it ebbs and flows. Sometimes it gets extremely bad, like where bots were sharing illegal material through the comment section, and then it seemed like YouTube kind of put the kibosh on it on the back end. But now those bots are back, and now even more bots seem to have infested the comment section with, like, the Isabella shit, and also the porn bots that'll just copy a real comment and paste it as their own. Like, it is a huge issue, and every single time, like clockwork, that it starts to get really bad, flares up, people blame the YouTuber. So right now, people for a while have been saying I've done nothing about the bots in the comments, talking about how I'm just letting it rot down there. Even leading to people putting their words in my ass about how I'm doing it on purpose. Well, you see, Charles is doing this because it helps boost the amount of comments, which is good for the algorithm. So he's clearly okay with these bots down there because it helps the video. He's totally fine with letting it go to the birds because it helps boost the comment numbers, which is a crazy take, but it's spoken with so much authority and confidence from people that are so wrong that I almost can't help but be impressed by the hubris. This is something I literally talk about once a year, because there is only so much you can do. When these bots start getting this out of control, it's not as easy as just somehow banning all of them. There are tens of thousands of these accounts and new ones being made every second. That's just not feasible. Not even Queso could ban that many accounts. So what you do instead is you ban words and characters. So last time this was a huge issue. Matt and I did this massive repository of so many words and phrases and like characters that people use to try and get like around the like blacklist filter so they could like still spam all of the terrible shit. And we blocked those. But clearly, they have now found ways around it. Thus, a new solution needs to be brought into fruition here that I have yet to find. I could ban the word Isabella, but they'll just change the name. So it'll go from Isabella to Gertrude or something, but it doesn't actually solve the bot problem. It is a very difficult problem to tackle because of how widespread the issue is. YouTube itself would have to do something on its back end to try and make it more difficult to have all of these botted accounts making millions of comments all the time. It's difficult. And it's not something that I'm just like ignoring or unaware of. I clearly see it. It's just there's not a ton of ways for me to combat it beyond what I'm already doing and what I've already done. They are always getting more and more sophisticated and finding different ways around the protocol to stop them. So it's just tough. Also, another thing very interesting about the behavior of the Isabella bot in particular is you'll notice on almost all of the top comments from it, it is edited. So another thing it does is it doesn't always bot likes. It'll sometimes copy and paste a legitimate comment that was gaining traction, post it as its own, give it some kind of boost, and then people will organically like it, thinking that it was like a real person that made it. Then they edit the comment to be Isabella. So it's not always the same every single time. Oftentimes it'll be like a bait and switch, like, you thought I was just a normal bot copy and pasting? Actually Isabella. So these bots are not as simple as a lot of people make them out to be, and they are not as easy to stop as a lot of people say they are, with just like banning them or like blacklisting some of the words. That is what we have tried, and they are still finding ways around it. And you can't ban every single bot because, again, it takes less than 5 seconds for these bot farms to just make a new one and just start a new account. So it is a tricky thing to fix. And yes, despite what a couple people will lead you to believe, I am trying to do something about it, so it stops being all over the comment section on every video I post. It's just not easy. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. Alright, today at the round table it's going to be a science discussion as well as an experiment potentially. Can you freeze a fart? What are your thoughts going into this?
Why?
Because someone's got to do the groundbreaking research.
Yeah. Depends on the pressure of the chamber that you're releasing into.
Yeah. So when I was initially brainstorming, so it was an evolution. It started with a fart delivery where I'd go to Matt's house and fart into the Ring doorbell.
Great.
But I usually can't do that audibly, so I probably would have ended up shitting my pants and it'd be like a ding dong shitch. So I was like, there's got to be an extension of this idea.
Well, when you say freeze a fart, do you mean like you now have a fart snowball? Or
Yeah,
do you mean like you want to be able to open a jar and the sound of the same fart is going out?
What I was envisioning is I would fart and while it's still like the fumes, it'd be frozen.
My theory is smarter people than us can do it.
Yeah.
And more so than more brain cells, it's more technology at their disposal.
We could get Jamie Heineman on it, I think.
Here's the thing. We're going to fart into a container.
Right.
Container.
Amaranth proved the theory. You can do that.
Right.
Yeah, you can
Although I
shit
will
farts.
say once again, we did not smell the fart. Our jar was empty.
Yeah. That was just an empty jar.
We got scammed.
Oh.
Here's the method. You fart into a jar.
Yeah.
The jar goes into the bag that you vacuum seal. Because you can't just vacuum seal the fart. The fart comes out.
Yeah.
You need the fart contained in the vacuum sealed bag.
Of course.
That gets dipped into the liquid nitrogen, which from looking online will freeze some of the fart gases, but not all of them.
Will it freeze the gases or just the particles?
The
like
gases.
the solid part. It will freeze the gases.
It seems like the
Solid
two
particles, brother.
It's a fart. Am I right?
They were saying there will be poop particles.
That's
Yeah,
what
so-
smell. I mean, that is what.
There's going to be like flakes of poop. That's the fart shit. So that's.
It's really, if you think of it, it's like the base of a soup.
It's the broth.
What the fuck do you mean by that?
It's like the
It's like the miso paste that you put in there. Yeah.
It's the miso paste in your soup.
Because it's a gas. You can
naturally.
You can put it in You can make it condensate.
That's
into
what I'm
a
saying.
liquid.
It is an issue of density, because like water becomes a gas and it becomes a cloud, and if you scoop up a cloud and freeze it, it turns into snow. That's what snow is. It's frozen cloud. So the idea is that you need to get enough fart together to make a literal fart cloud that you freeze into shit snow.
Well, no, because you're already in that you're talking about a gaseous state. We are producing it in a gaseous state.
All right, I'll
It's
translate
coming
what Drew
out.
says. We need to fart in Matt's pool, is what he's saying.
So Ryan has had this idea, and I think this is stronger
This has to be the
than
case.
whatever we're trying to do here is going into a body of water
That's
and
really
just
smart.
catching the bubbles.
The problem
Matt's
is you
pool.
can't
Matt's hot
catch
tub.
the bubble.
Yeah,
you're getting water.
There's
Yeah,
got to
but
be
you
a way
can-
to
no,
create
you
a
can
vacuum
just
in the
catch
jar
them. You can do that.
to catch the air.
You
There's
hold
got to
the
be a
jar
way to
upside
do it.
down, and then we just try to catch Charlie's farts like the bubbles, like a little mini game.
Yeah.
It's like a Wario.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
With enough jars, we could do it.
You can fill the jar with water and then fart into it, because the fart will push into the jar and
just
push
catch
the
the
water
fart.
out.
Okay. If we were going to UT and we had a like science department behind us,
Which we will be.
Yeah.
They have
we
a pool.
We have solid ceramic, or not ceramic, but like glass box with a little pump on the end of it.
that you connect to your butt.
You will do that, but first you get a vacuum that sucks it out, sucks out
Yeah.
all the air.
Yeah.
It is a perfect vacuum in there, as close as we can get humanly.
got it.
Then we attach a hose to our ass to put it blue, and we fart. And this is going to take a couple weeks probably to fill this whole little thing up with
That's
fart.
the thing, is the quantity issue, I think.
Yeah, so we take a little bit of time. We let them get real stinky in there, then liquid nitrogen all around it.
And in
Let's get
that-
Nile Red.
So liquid nitrogen is only cold enough to freeze like 2 of the gases.
So we're
that
filter
comprise-
freezing farts.
Right.
Okay.
You're taking out some of the fart components.
Is there something to farting into like a vacuum cleaner? to suck it up and contain it. Is there something there? I don't know. It just popped into my brain.
Are you asking would it be funny? Because yeah.
If you stopped at vacuum, I was like, yes. And then you added cleaner, and I was
Well,
like,
no,
no.
just like basically like a, yeah. You just like
Whoa, wait.
take like
Okay.
the shop vac, put it up to Aaron's ass, let him fart. It just goes into the vacuum,
If we
right?
move
Now we've
forward
got
with this idea,
now we've got fart.
imagine we have a vacuum. We hold it up to an ass. We fart into it. We do this 500 times. You pull out the filter. What's there? Poop? Or is there like fart essence attached to the filter? Because then you don't even need to freeze it.
The soul, yeah.
It's like it's fart extract.
Is if we do that, if Charlie then goes to Matt's house, puts it in the microwave, or throws it at his door or whatever, then you're just throwing poop, and that is fucked up.
Yeah.
If you can keep
It's
it at
no
4,
longer a joke
it
at
becomes
that point.
solid,
It's-
and that's gross.
it's
I
bioterrorism.
wouldn't do that anymore because Chase had a really good point. Like, we could unfreeze the fart in 3,000 years.
That's true. Running off of my theory of farting into a vacuum cleaner, you could then reverse it and like blow up balloons with it and then freeze those.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there
you
you
put
go.
the filter on the other end, you blow through the filter. You've now created a non-human fart. You've extracted the human element.
That's true.
Literally
We could
the
just-
soul of the
We
fart.
could just fart on like a screen or poop on a screen, smear it around, and then put it in front of a fan
And blow air.
And now we have a manufactured fart.
This is the most evil thing the warehouse has ever done.
I don't think I like where this video is.
The manufacturing of fart's a pretty good idea because you could do that you just need a fan.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I think we're losing. Oh, sorry. Go
If we
ahead.
could fart into a chamber and then apply pressure to it,
Yes.
like an immense amount of pressure, it will condensate into a liquid
Form
that
a
can
fart
yes, that
black
is
hole.
true. That is true.
that can then be frozen.
I think that's actually a harder experiment.
I agree.
This is not,
100%, but it is more pure.
this is not the experiment we're doing, but I think it would be really cool if we farted, had scientists.
End of sentence.
If we fart, if we poop. Farts have, everyone always, as a kid, they were always like, cow farts have methane and stuff.
Yeah,
Do
right.
Human farts have.
I'm nearly 100%
Yeah.
certain.
We
of
do
it.
make
Has anyone ever tried slamming
fart particles together in like a
Oh,
an
like the
accelerator.
LHC?
Large Hadron Collider, yeah, that would be
I
good.
know you guys are working on black holes.
A brown hole.
Because then that opens the portal to the poop dimension.
There has to be.
I think it is pool.
It
is
literally
pool.
has to be the pool.
Yeah.
Once again, though, you're not doing that without getting water, and that destroys the experiment.
It's also
You can displace water, but here's the thing: if there's enough fart concentrated in one direction, we will get some.
What's wrong?
once
What's
again-
wrong with the little water in the jar?
Yeah,
when you
It's
freeze
not
it?
going to be a little water.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, if you fart enough, it'll fill up the jar.
We're either
We
doing
just have to fill
some
the whole
water
jar
or
with farts.
some air.
I think if we're doing this, we need to do bathtub because chlorinated water is going to fuck up the fart. The chlorine is
That's
going
true,
to
that's
kill
true,
the
that's
fart.
true, that's
Like,
true, that's
And we don't want to mix chlorine gas with our gas. You don't know.
Definitely
That's
don't
mustard
do that.
gas.
Yeah,
You're just in the Monsanto territory. And I don't want to.
we don't want to deal
Wait,
with
do
that.
you guys want me to go ahead and order Taco Bell for everybody?
Hey, do we have ice cream? I'll beat you to it.
The engine.
If you just feed Ryan lactose,
Yeah, it's bad.
Well,
Here's the thing. We also have a 3D printer. Can we print the shape of someone's ass perfectly to make a perfect seal where
Like
they
a
can just
mold?
sit on like a mold and then fart and then it has nowhere to go except into
And then
the
put a rubber
apparatus?
seal, like a gasket.
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
side, the issue here is it better to have less ass or more ass?
All right, wait.
That's an
I'm
easy-
Because, like-
figuring this out. I'm going back to my whiteboard.
Oh no, God, the whiteboard. Oh no.
If we're,
Yeah.
if we're using a whiteboard in these, can we get one that isn't see-through that
You
you
want me
can't
to
actually
do it on the wall
yes,
with the whiteboard thing?
100%. Because you just can't see that on camera.
Just right on the wall.
Here, it's got whiteboard.
Wait, behind Charlie, by Shrek.
No, this has
It's got
whiteboard
whiteboard
paint.
paint on it.
Okay.
Oh, is that why
Sort
there's
of.
writing that's not?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
yeah.
doesn't erase.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
So it's just
Well, the problem's the texture. Let's switch gears. How do we get this off the wall? Have you ever played the latest Bloons Tower Defense? You know, there's the spike thrower like that.
Yeah.
We do this. Center container,
We're all farting into the same container.
multiple tubes.
It's like a hookah, but in reverse.
It's hookah for your ass. It's reverse ass hookah. It's the communal fart. Into vacuum sealed thing. Once we have enough, you clip the hoses. You've got that into the vat of liquid.
Okay.
The Geneva Convention was invented for this exact reason.
Stay down.
It'll stay down.
The best part is I think the only way it works is if you are farting with your ass in the air, because if you're just sitting on something and fart into a tube,
It's
it will
gonna
never
it's
go
not
up.
gonna- right.
Like the tube has to be going straight like upward. So you're gonna have to fart like this to make sure. No.
Well, imagine there's also a cue here where, like, if everybody farts 300 times, if we spend hours, it's got to push. Like, the gas has to move.
No, it will move up.
No.
It will move up if it has, because it's lighter than
it's
air.
forced,
It
right.
will go up into the device. So as long as
Right.
the tubes are vertical,
Yeah.
it will go up into.
So we essentially, I am
That's what I'm
picturing
saying, to
this.
fart upwards.
We
We
should give this to
we should make like a device, a toilet, basically a fart toilet, that you strap in and then it rotates you upside down, so you're like
Can you
strapped
imagine
in.
going into the warehouse? Charlie's fucking suspended, and there's just a container up here with a hose to his ass.
Like a century.
I was gonna say we're thinking about this the wrong way. We're thinking we have to go up or down. You got to flip the axis. You start spinning around in a centrifuge and it sucks all the fart like to the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like something Immortan Joe would have in like his lair.
He's got his concubine of like, and he's like, "You can't birth me, my perfect son. Get in the fart centrifuge."
If we're gonna create this fart milking apparatus,
Yeah.
I think we should revisit the vacuum idea, because then we don't have to worry about the orientation or like the
That's
axis.
true.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just
true.
It's
sucking
pulls.
good.
It's
The problem with
The problem is
And it would create a vacuum seal to your asshole.
if you vacuum seal into your ass, you will just pull your organs out
That
of
is
your
true.
butthole.
The other thing is, a vacuum, even though it's in the name, a vacuum is not a vacuum.
It's also not airtight.
Yeah.
Right.
What are you even
It's
talking
not-
about? It's a
not-
vacuum.
It's not about creating a vacuum. It's just like,
It's about the sucking.
It's about the suction.
I see,
No,
but
yeah.
it's gonna
It's gonna suck
leak
your
the
organs
fart.
out of your
Yeah.
The
butthole.
fart, fart's gonna go bye-bye.
If we have to prolapse our anuses for science.
No, what if we
Too
make
much. Like, it's probably gonna
a
melt
dry ice freezer
Yeah, we need a
That
with
we
a
want
glass,
to.
with like glass,
We need
so we
a
can see it.
vacuum chamber.
Yeah, so we can.
Yeah.
All of our problems are solved with a vacuum chamber.
If
And-
you've got a vacuum, reach out to us. We
And
need
a
it.
vacuum
Yeah.
chamber also solves the thing that Chase has been saying the whole time. Pressure is a massive factor that we can abuse to make it easier or harder to solidify the fart.
Forcibly condensate it.
Yes.
So that it's in liquid form. So then we can just.
At that point, could we just keep pressing it tighter until it's a solid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I don't think we could do it.
Yeah.
I feel like at some point, I feel like I feel like at some point the boiling point of the fart becomes an issue, right?
Damn.
Because at a high pressure, the boiling point changes.
Right.
Or is it that at low pressure?
So is it going to explode?
But
if
like
we press a fart
could.
too hard, will it explode? That's the next question.
It's like a twice-baked fart. It farts itself.
Put it under hydraulic press.
I was looking it up to see the freezing point of like the gases in fart, like the sulfur gas, the methane and stuff, and all of them freeze too low. Because I was gonna say if we did get it to like -200 somehow, the air could stay gaseous and the fart could all solidify around, and we'd have a beautiful fart snow falling.
Is it poetic or disgusting that when Matt was drawing his theoretical device that now it looks like a butthole?
I think that's
Yeah, I thought that's what he was going
happy coincidence.
Yeah, I think that's a
very happy coincidence. I just got a lot more info. If you have a lab and you want to help us with this,
a lab would be helpful.
Yeah,
a lab would be nice.
It's definitely possible.
It is small lab somewhere, like the Department of Fartology. They just like burst open the doors, papers are flying. They're like, "Gentlemen,
we're back.
We've been summoned."
Needles. We just jab our intestines and pull, and we're done.
We need the scream extractor from Monsters Inc.
Yeah, but for buttholes.
That's what I was thinking, and then I was like, my blood isn't gonna get out of the way for that. Sadly, I'm gonna be putting the needle in. I'm gonna be like, can I get to the fart? And my capillaries are gonna be like, no, I'm sorry, I can't move today.
Halt! I can't allow you.
Osmosis Jones is gonna be like, get the go, move the fart, get it to the.
They just hear for one thing.
Burn the farts. They're coming for the flush the farts.
Like the SpongeBob meme he's thrown off shit.
All right, we'll see you from Matt's pool.
See it, NASA.
Either my pool or NASA.
One or the other.
We definitely are going to keep talking about this after the camera turns on.
All right, I am going to be blabbering about a company that I have disliked for a long time. PSA. I made a video a little over a month ago covering a PSA scandal when it came to a lenticular Pokemon card, a lenticular Deoxys, where, just to boil it down to the brass tacks here, getting it to its birthday suit, basically, someone had a very rare Pokemon card, a lenticular Deoxys, that was a 10, a PSA 10, but it was an old cert and they were looking to have it reholdered so they could turn and sell it. They had interested buyers, and this was a very expensive card. PSA themselves had even sold this exact card for $45,000 very recently. Well, when this customer went to have the card reholdered, PSA damaged it, bringing it down numerous grades and tanking its value, which means they could now no longer sell it for a potentially life-changing amount of money. And upon this fuck-up, PSA offered to give them $20,000 for their mistake, which is less than half of what PSA had sold that exact card for earlier. There was also the stipulation that PSA baked in and made known to this customer that they had just face-fucked, that if they accept that $20,000 lowball from PSA for what they called fair market value, which is based on basically nothing, they pulled it out of their ass. Because again, they themselves had even sold this exact card for $45,000, yet they're only offering this guy $20K after destroying the card. But anyway, the stipulation that they also had in place is that if they do accept that offer, they have to sign an NDA. So that way, he can't speak about it. It has to be hush hush. Gotta bury it. Which most people found to be very sketchy. Very odd. The whole thing was peculiar. If you want to get caught up on that, the video's up on my channel. But the point is, I have been really glued to PSA and its scandals for a little while, and I've been digging deep into PSA recently because it is just so much more fascinatingly odd that it is still as big as it is. It is the biggest in the card grading space by a mile, and I don't think it should be at all. To me, PSA is fucked up. I think it is shady beyond belief, and I don't know why card collectors still keep choosing to go to PSA to grade their cards, and I don't know why their slabs are the ones that have the highest price tag associated with them. I think there is so much going on under the hood here, with so much evidence and so many scandals out there, that I would be taking my business pretty much anywhere else besides PSA. So I was yapping about it on stream the other night. I'll show you some clips there, but I also want to dive a bit deeper into the topic as well. Oh yeah, I was watching some stuff on PSA. I have been so glued to everything that's been going wrong in the TCG community. I've always hated PSA. I've spit on them a lot over the years, but I didn't even realize just how deeply corrupt the company was. Like, it's bad, and I've always known it's bad, but it's much worse than I thought.
PZPTCG on X.
No, you're thinking of a different thing. That was the lenticular. That was a more recent PSA scandal with the potential swap. I'll sum it up. The buyback scandal is it started here, really. A user realized that their 9s that PSA had bought back from them, he checked the cert and saw that they had actually got regraded to a 10. So, to break it down, PSA has a system where they make offers, where they will offer to buy back some of your cards. So they graded his cards at a 9, and then made an offer to buy the cards at a 9 at that value. And then they turned around and apparently regraded those 9s to a 10, and PSA sells these cards. PSA sells their cards. So like with the lenticular that I talked about, they sold a card for $45,000. So they actively engage in this market. So they have a huge incentive, a big conflict of interest, to lowball grades, make an offer, get the cards back for cheap, up the grade so they can sell it for more. So they double dip. You pay for the grading. And then they also have an upcharge. So if your card grades high and it's a very valuable card, they will charge you more, even though it doesn't take more work for them. So if you have a card, like a really valuable card, like let's say it grades and it's a card that's worth, fucking $250,000 is what it is. So you have like a base set to PSA 10 Charizard, first edition. They will upcharge you $10,000 for that grade, even though it didn't take them anything else to do. It didn't cost them more money to grade it. So if your card is more valuable, they charge you more for that. Now, just to really twist on your nipples here, the reasoning they give for the upcharge that the community has swallowed with a smile on their face is like, oh, it gets insured for that amount. And we look at the value of the card, so, it makes sense. It's to protect you, the customer. But there are so many obvious problems with this. The most obvious is not everyone that's grading cards is looking to immediately turn around and sell them. So let's say you send in a card that you really like, and it grades at a 10, and it's a really valuable card. You might not have any intention of selling that card, but it's very valuable, and now PSA is going to upcharge you hundreds, potentially thousands of dollars to get that card back. It's basically holding it ransom at that point. You can get your card back if you say, like, no, I'm not paying that. They'll send it back to you ungraded, but if you want the grade, which you sent it to them for, so I presume you want it, in order to get it, you have to pay that upcharge because that's the value and that's their policy. They upcharge you because it's to protect you with this insurance. But there's plenty of YouTubers that have gone over why this is a bit of a baloney souffle that they're serving you with that garbage. But the community has bent over for it, and it has become normalized at PSA. I think it is completely unacceptable. It doesn't take more work for PSA to grade higher value cards. The work is still the same, or at least it should be. It should be consistent no matter what the card is. There's no reason for this upcharge. There are plenty of other ways of protecting you, the customer. This one is just extraordinarily greedy, and it's not good for just normal people. Because, again, if you aren't looking to immediately sell that card at that value right away, you're just forking over a ton of clams just to get your card back in order to appreciate it in your collection. And here's another huge problem, one I also talked about on stream, but I'll just go ahead and reiterate it here. I'll just fucking fart it all out again instead of just show you the clips. Let's say you get a card graded, it grades at a 10, it's extremely expensive, now you pay $1,000 upcharge to PSA to get the card back, and you want to hold on to it for a little while, hoping that it goes up over time. But instead it fucking plummets. Like, let's say you send them a sports card, and by the way, sports card collectors don't take PSA seriously anymore because of just how egregious their absurdity is. But let's say you have a sports card, it grades high, right now it's worth thousands of dollars, so you have this upcharge, but then that player just fucking flops. Or maybe they get arrested or something. Like maybe you get a Wander Franco card or something. So now the value fucking eats shit. It's in the gutter, spiraling the toilet, and it's not worth what it was a few months ago when you got it graded. Well, you paid $1,000 upcharge at that price at the time, and now it's basically worthless. PSA doesn't refund you that, by the way. So now you lost even more money sending it to them to get graded and paying the upcharge. Like, it's just, I think it's a terrible system. It has so many flaws, and there's just much better ways of doing it that don't fuck the customer in their face. And also, I'm just fucking spitting, getting lost in the sauce immediately here because this is such like a passionate topic for me because I cannot believe PSA is still the top dog in the grading space here for TCGs mainly. I don't know why people keep going to PSA. It shouldn't be fetching the highest price. I think it is just got tons and tons of problems. I have had complete disdain for this company for many years now. This offers program they have, that should just immediately be having you run in the opposite direction. That should just have you go, whoa, yuck, ew, spit on it, and leave. Take your business elsewhere. Their offers program, as I briefly explained there, is PSA will grade your cards, and they will sometimes even make you an offer to buy those cards back because PSA is now a seller in this market. They also have third-party sellers, apparently, that they deal with for that, too. It is a huge conflict of interest that anyone can be able to smell the stink from a mile away. Now, even if in this buyback scandal it truly was a one-off, wacky, fringe situation like the PSA response seems to hint at, I don't think it was a good response, by the way, not really a great excuse or anything, but even if it is a one-off thing, this does paint a very clear picture that there does exist a real incentive for PSA to lowball grades, make an offer to the person who might just be like, okay, you know what, fine, I'll take that offer. This cuts out the middleman, this seems convenient, I'll take that offer even though, it's not exactly what I wanted. And then when PSA gets those cards back for cheap, they can then turn around and up the grade so that way they can sell it themselves for more, since they participate in this market with their own graded cards. Now, I don't know if that's actively happening often or anything, but it is obviously a conflict of interest because that is something that realistically can happen and potentially has. Who's really to say for sure? And PSA doesn't disclose why cards get the grade they do. It's just a source, trust me, bro. This is exactly what it is. Scientifically proven, by the way, with our secret recipe, the Krabby Patty secret formula of PSA grading, by the way. So there's no transparency with it. So to me, I just really feel like this whole offers program is very open to corruption here from PSA. It feels very fishy to me. Son of a bitch, I just thought of another thing I didn't yap about. Another thing that a lot of people are pointing out, because there are a chunk of TCG enthusiasts, sports cards in particular, that have totally swore off PSA and are boycotting it. And another thing that they listed as a grievance is how the upcharges, well, since there is a long processing period, sometimes cards will rise throughout that period. So a lot of times people will submit cards for grading, and it takes a long time for them to get the graded card back, and during that time, the price rises. So they go in there expecting one amount, right? Like they have an idea in their head on if this grades at this will probably be the maximum upcharge. Okay, that I can stomach. But sometimes the cards will rise throughout the processing period. And PSA charges you based on like the very end of it, at the very end, like after it has all risen, when you are about to get your card back. So if you submitted to them a month ago, 2 months ago, whatever, and a card just starts to fucking skyrocket, well, now you're on the hook for a huge upcharge by the time you get it back, which is always a shock to a lot of people that are submitting. Again, especially to the ones that aren't looking to turn around and sell it right away. So it is just a full-blown fucking awful experience, in my opinion, that for some reason people still willingly tolerate, because PSA is still the biggest in the grading space, even in spite of all of this overwhelming amount of like garbage you can find about their past and the allegations and the accusations and the scandals that they've been involved in. It blows my mind. Don't forget the part where they'll damage your cards and try to make you sign an NDA to not talk about it. That is again part of the lenticular one that I covered like a month ago, where they damaged this card, fucking torched it, and then wanted them to sign an NDA and lowballed them on what the value of the card was. It's a disgustingly scummy company. I have disliked PSA for very, very long, and I am constantly vindicated with every new thing I learn about them. Granted, these aren't super new. Like, this was being talked about 6 months ago. Buyback scandal was 4 months ago. Lenticular was like a month ago. Like, none of this is super new, but people keep using them. People continue to use PSA. Now, there are other grading companies in this space. None of them even come close to PSA. PSA is eating everyone's lunch when it comes to card grading. Even with all of this out there in the wild and known, people still continue to go to PSA. I personally believe it's because they were able to weasel their way into the mainstream consciousness of NFT and crypto bros that have flocked to this hobby to try and scalp and capitalize off it. So they see PSA in like previous sales and assume that that is the one that they have to commit to. As briefly mentioned on stream, most reputable sports cards players in this industry have abandoned PSA because there's no trust left with that company. Right now, it is mainly, from what I understand, TCG players in this industry that are choosing PSA, mainly Pokemon. They continue to go there. And again, I think it's because these aren't even really people that are in the hobby. They are just scalpers looking to immediately capitalize off of the hype and the hysteria of it. So they default to PSA. That's my personal theory on it. But there are alternatives. Now, full disclosure, I don't use any card grading services. I have a big distrust of them, where you just have to take them at their word that the grade is what they say it is, and you don't know why. The only one I've ever used is Beckett, and that's because for that skill check video we did a few months back where we had the Australian couple come down, where they had Father's Magic the Gathering collection, which had extremely rare Magic cards from Alpha, including the Alpha Black Lotus. We had that graded by Beckett because they wanted to sell it for life-changing amounts of money, and for that, it does need to be graded, so we went through Beckett for it. But even then, I still just don't like the idea of, here's the grade, and here's like a little bit about why it got that grade, because if you look at like the subs on it, it should have been a 9, and even the comment section with people who actively grade said that it probably should have been a 9 based on all of that, but yet it ended up at an 8.5, so it's just confusing, and I don't like that. I don't like that there's not a whole lot of transparency around these grades. You just have to trust the chef that they know best. So I'm not the biggest fan of grading in general, and I've made that clear over the years. But anyway, we started discussing the alternatives, and I'll just play some of those clips. It's not just PSA out there, contrary to popular belief. Do CGC or TAG do anything similar? I don't know shit about CGC. TAG is the most interesting to me because they use a machine to do it all, so you can actually see why your cards got the grade that they did versus just this nebulous concept of what maybe caused the grade. So I like that idea, but there's no consistency with TAG from what I've seen. You can have the same card graded 5 times through TAG and it's a different grade every time. There's a channel that had a good video on that. I think it was Java something. Yeah, here it is. Is tag grading as consistent as they claim? Apparently PSA bought Beckett. No wonder the recent manga grading has no consistency or criteria. Yeah, PSA bought Beckett a while ago. But Beckett doesn't have nearly the amount of shit that PSA does. So I don't know if they've fully corrupted Beckett yet. I don't know enough about Beckett. I don't like grading in general. I don't think there's any grading companies out there right now that are truly, like, reliable. Opinion on other grading companies? Well, that's what I was just saying. I don't know shit about CGC. Tag has a good idea from taking out, like, the guessing element. Okay, here.
Today we are putting Tag Grading's biggest claims to the test. I cracked out 7 cards from different grading card companies to see what those cards would grade at Tag. A Tag 8, or if it has changed in grade. Let's check it out. Here we go. Tag 7. Interesting. So we went.
So there's no consistency with the machine they use right now. So he runs these cards through multiple times and gets different results.
Down a
which is, that's unacceptable. Especially if you're using a machine that's supposed to be so consistent. But what I like about the idea is that they show you everything. Why your card got the grade that it got. And it even gives you like the scans of the card and points out like all of the measurements and like what knocked it points. But it clearly gets it wrong and it's not consistent. The idea is good. The technology isn't there, or rather, I guess the company doesn't have the technology required to actually be consistent. But of all the grading companies, this one has the best idea. PSA, I think, is just beyond corrupt, top to bottom. There are so many scandals and so much garbage that you can pull from PSA. I would never trust them. Beckett, I know very little about. CGC, I know nothing about. But at the end of the day, outside of tag, your card grade is totally just up to the person's mood that's grading it that day. And you never know why your cards grade at whatever they come back at. They don't tell you. You have to guess. And there could easily be some shady shit going on there where maybe they don't want a whole lot of 10s out there. Maybe you gave them a 10, but by having more 10s in the population, it's going to devalue the other 10s out there. So maybe they decide to give you a 9 instead. Like, there's just too much guesswork. I just wouldn't trust it. Especially since they sell their own graded cards, it invites corruption. Exactly, that's why I think the offers program is just completely unacceptable from PSA.